school schedules in our area. Now we want to get the latest on our weather impact alert with meteorologist Andrew Stutzky. Andrew.
Hey, good morning. Good news is we have no watches, no warnings in place so far this morning. A lot of heavy rain, though, and a lot of lightning that's moving through as well. Wouldn't be surprised if a few in our community didn't have power this morning. That's how prolific that lightning has been. Let's get outside, live look at a very wet morning commute. And that's the promise here. Everybody going to be seeing the rain this morning and throughout much of the day. And then a little change as we go into this afternoon with some scattered storm activity expected there. But as I said earlier, no warnings, no watches in place, which is certainly some good news. Just a lot of heavy rain. And you can see that here on our Bridgepoint camera. Very warm start to the morning so far. We're sitting in the mid-40s. And we'll continue to see these bands of rain move through, heavy at times this morning. There you see temperatures for most of us are definitely warmer this morning. Some of us already near 50 degrees. And there's our wind speeds, and you see those already approaching 40 miles an hour. We do have a wind advisory, by the way, in place. It goes from noon today until 7 o'clock this evening. So some very strong wind gusts are expected then. And we could see those blow around some of those loose items and also some high-profile vehicles like your semi-tractor trailers and things like that. So our weather impact alert will continue for the rest of today. We're going to have that in place until 6 o'clock this evening. The most widespread storm activity is this morning. That will become more scattered as we go into the afternoon. So let's take a little bit of a radar tour, and we'll start with what's going on with this line here. Again, nothing severe. No watches, no warnings. But then you see a healthy looking line of thunderstorms with a ton of lightning getting ready to move into Princeton here momentarily, about the next 5 to 10 minutes. Further to the west, we've got a very heavy line of thunderstorms from Geneseo right through the heart of the Quad Cities metro, also producing quite a bit of lightning. Further south, Galesburg, you saw that line of storms earlier. Lots of heavy downpours and lightning there, but you're getting a break, and Burlington is also getting a break. Let's go further to the north and check out what's happening here. And there you see more heavy rain from Walnut up through the Sauk Valley, some good lightning there, and also some heavy rain and embedded thunderstorms for our northernmost hometowns. A nice good soaking. Really should green up things very quickly here as we go through the next couple of days. Wider picture showing that area of low pressure cranking up here in western Iowa. This is the line of storms that will approach us as we near the 6-7 o'clock hour this morning. Right now, the strongest of which is south, thank goodness. So we'll hope it stays that way as we go throughout the rest of the day. But there you see, that line of storms quickly racing through. Let's go to our weather impact alert again until 6 o'clock this evening. Hail, damaging wind gusts, and an isolated tornado, especially this afternoon. The need will be to stay up to date. And as we showed you earlier, we've got coverage planned all day long on the 8+ app, which you can download for free. And watch on your TV, your smart TV. So there's our wind zone today, and you can see, yes, if you're Quad Cities and points east, this is especially true this afternoon, where we could see a couple of those wind gusts exceed 70 miles an hour. In terms of the tornado zone, still think that's going to be an isolated risk as we go into this afternoon too. Not much to see there in terms of a change. So let's go through future track. There's our heavy rain this morning. There's that line I was just talking about to the west. Coming in a little bit later, but still think it's going to be here between, I would say, 7, 8 o'clock, and I'm going to have to lower my camera shot there. I'm blocking your time. I apologize about that. But there you see that line coming through between 8 and 9, getting into the east area, or areas east of the Quad Cities. And then eventually we get a little break. And that's kind of been this new trend we've been monitoring since late yesterday morning, where we're going to build in some storm energy, but the front will be arriving right around 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it looks like any new storms will take off for our far eastern hometowns. So that's why we've seen a little bit of a shift in the storm zone. The 3 out of 5 is now well east of the Quad Cities, but still wind is our primary concern with those storms this afternoon, even some quarter-sized hail, and again, we can't rule out an isolated tornado or two. So here's where we are in the threat tracker as we do this hourly, and still think, again, low confidence this afternoon that we could get something. Still a chance that 1 or 2 storms this morning could produce some stronger winds and some hail associated with that too. So again, lots and lots of coverage planned today, all on the 8+ app. If there is a need for life-threatening weather information to be broken into on air for our regular on-air viewers, we will do that, but I will say we will offer more extensive coverage on the 8+ app today. And again, that's going to start later this morning as GMA gets underway. So lots and lots to talk about. At least we're going to quiet down later this week heading into the upcoming weekend. we're going to see at least a weaker storm system that'll be pushing through. That's going to offer the opportunity for a few showers. So nothing severe there, but it certainly will cool us down. 50s and even some 40s as we start early next week.
All right.
Look at today's weather kit, Andrew, on this big weather impact alert day.
Yeah, we've already seen those heavy thunderstorms this morning, a lot of lightning. In fact, I saw quite a transformer blow on my way into work, and I have a feeling that's probably why more than 300 of you in Coal Valley right now don't have power, according to Mid-American Energy. It was kind of right in that direction, so not surprised. Sully is our weather kid today. Some stronger storms this morning on an isolated basis, more scattered strong storms this afternoon. Lots of wind, too. We're heading for the 70s. Not everyone gets the storms this afternoon, though. We'll detail who and when and the threats as well coming up.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. We're still ahead on Good Morning Quad Cities. The results
Impact alerts coming up.
From WQAD News 8, this is Good Morning Quad Cities.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is Wednesday, April the 2nd. I'm Devin Brooks.
Yes, the middle of the week and a big day weather-wise. I'm Ava Hedges.
Yeah, that's right. Already an active start this morning. Thankfully, no watches, no warnings in place, but the lightning show this morning, my goodness, has that been quite something to see.
Yeah, it's still going to be you're going to say?
Oh, I was going to say I didn't catch anything on my way into work this morning. I didn't even see any. So.
Well, you've got plenty of time
Yeah,
left.
Right.
sure. I was going to say, when can I catch it next?
Oh, yeah. We've got at least a few more hours yet to go, and even this afternoon should be some good lightning with those storms, too. So, again, no watches, no warnings to talk about right now, but yes, there is a big impact on your commute here, and that is going to be these heavy rain bands associated with these storms, really reducing visibility, some good ponding of the water on the roadway. Everything is soaking wet this morning from Iowa City all the way here in the Quad Cities. No accidents, no delays being reported right now, but check this out. Heavy rain just now getting out of Princeton, heading into the LaSalle, Peru area. That line of storms, nothing severe, but the lightning, my goodness, there is quite a bit of it. More than 461 strikes being indicated by our radar right now. Also seeing some heavier rain exit the Quad Cities, getting into the Sauk Valley. Further to the north, rain and embedded thunderstorms from Clinton all the way up to Galena. The storm system just getting organized. In fact, we're going to be tracking a new line of storms. Speaking of organized, that's doing just that. Right here, we're expecting that line to fill in and then race its way eastward, arriving here in the next couple of hours. 45, it is warm this morning. It's also a little breezy at times too. Winds are right out of the southeast. We're already 50 in Burlington, and we're going to get really warm this afternoon. There's your wind gusts, most of us close to 20 to 30 miles an hour. That'll increase later today too. We have a wind advisory that will start at noon and go into the afternoon. Our weather impact alert remains in play until 6 o'clock this evening. We will expect another round of some potentially severe storms getting into this afternoon. And that is especially true if you live east of the Quad Cities, right on through Sterling Rock Falls, east of Geneseo, Kewanee, Princeton, LaSalle, Peru, and even parts of Galesburg and Knoxville included. What this afternoon storm threat looks like, we'll be tracking that coming up.
All right. Well, we want to take you outside this morning for a live look at current weather conditions. News 8's Marshawn Gunn live in downtown Davenport. And how are things looking out there, Marshawn?
Hey, Devin. Things are looking all right now, but we're in a little bit of a lull with the rain as we speak. So I'll let you take a look behind me. Oh, just kidding. Now we're back to a downpour. This is how it is in Iowa. You'll never know what you're going to get with the rainfall. So like I said, now we're in a downpour, and just 20 minutes before we got here, we were in another downpour. Those downpours are leading to a lot of standing water on the roadways. So cars are already taking it pretty slow this morning on the roadways. I can assume that as the storm continues, the water will only get worse. So make sure to keep an eye out for flash flooding. We're here on 2nd Street, and just one street over is River Drive, which is often affected by those types of flash floods. So as the morning continues, make sure to keep an eye on the road conditions and take some time and stay safe. Devin?
Yes, want to make sure you're driving slowly. Thank you so much, Marshawn, live in downtown.
Well, welcome back into Good Morning Quad Cities here on a Wednesday morning. The time right now is 5:13. A busy morning so far. Thankfully, no severe weather occurring right now, but that possibility does remain that we see a stronger storm or two this morning and more activity this afternoon. Weather impact alert continues as well. More on that in a second. Let's get outside for a live look at what's going on with traffic, and that is a lot of wet pavement. Good ponding and water on the roadways. No delays right now, no accidents being reported on any of our streets. We'll keep a close eye on that as some of this heavier rain continues to push through. Live look at Interstate 80, just wet everywhere. And we'll go to live Doppler radar too, because we're seeing quite an impressive line of storms that's moving through, especially I would say right now, Eastern Bureau County. I'll get to that in a second. We'll take the tour. Let's start with areas to the north where we're starting to see, some rain and embedded thunderstorms. Monticello all the way to Grand Mountain, Maquoketa, even Galena seeing some rain and thunder. We're getting a little bit of a break from the more widespread heavy rain in the metro Quad Cities. You can see that's shifted to the north. But what we're going to be tracking here as we go in the next hour or two is a new line of thunderstorms trying to organize just to the west of Muscatine. That'll have some intense lightning with it, as most of our activity has been that way this morning. Into Sterling Rock Falls, you're getting some heavy rain, but here's the corridor of where the heaviest rain is right now, right here in Eastern Bureau County. In fact, I was looking at the traffic data for Interstate 80, really starting to see vehicles slow down right here as you're getting into LaSalle, Peru. So keep that in mind as you're traveling this morning. Let's zoom this back out and go a little bit further to the south so you can see what's going on in areas near Galesburg and also our friends in Burlington. Don't want to forget about you. There you see Galesburg in the clear right now, but I do expect the radar will fill back in with more scattered showers and storms. Same thing with Burlington, a break for now, but will not continue for much longer. You can see our storm system, the area of low pressure organizing in western Iowa. Big line of thunderstorms to the south here. That will move through at least in some fashion here in the next couple of hours, and then we'll have a renewed threat for scattered storms this afternoon. Warmer this morning too, already in the mid-40s, and we're going to get really warm this afternoon as I expect widespread 70s to take over. We're already 50 in Burlington and close to that in Macomb, also in Galesburg in the upper 40s. The wind, not a huge story yet, but it will be later this afternoon. We have a wind advisory for many of our hometowns, unless you're in Joe Davis, Carroll, or Whiteside County, where you're not in the wind advisory. Everyone else is. We could see wind gusts approach 50 miles an hour this afternoon. That runs until noon, or runs from noon rather until 7 o'clock this evening. Our weather impact alert will go until 6 o'clock. This is for the severe weather threat. Hail, damaging wind gusts, and an isolated tornado possible. Based on the radar presentation this morning, it looks like this is going to be more the case in the afternoon versus what we're seeing now. Lots of coverage planned for you today, especially on the 8+ app, where we're going to be streaming continuously as these storms are developing and moving through. A rare high risk downstate Illinois and well to the south of us. Meanwhile, here we have this 3 out of 5. You notice we've kind of contracted this a little further eastward based on where it was yesterday, but still think right here, as you go just west of Interstate 39 this afternoon, some scattered severe storms will certainly be possible there. Wind threat, 70+ mile/per-hour wind gusts are likely with those stronger storms on a scattered basis. Not everyone is going to see that this afternoon. And there's your tornado zone. Still an isolated tornado possible for everyone today. There's no particular region as of right now that is really highlighted for that activity. So let's go through future tracks showing you radar and also storm energy. Something to keep an eye on this afternoon. There's that line organizing to the west. Could be a good wind threat with that as it races in here, with also some heavy downpours and a lot of lightning. It'll get east of the Quad Cities after 8, 9 o'clock. Then we get this little lull in the activity, which is what we've been tracking since late yesterday morning. That new development will build in some storm energy ahead of the cold front itself, and then fire a couple of scattered, possibly severe storms after 2, 3 o'clock for areas east of the Quad Cities. And then that entire line and threat will be out of here by the time we reach 6 o'clock. So here's our threat tracker. Winds continue to be the highest at 3 out of 5. Everything else is a 2 out of 5 as we go through today. The timeline on that, right now we're up to the 2. And then some of you, especially east of the Quad Cities, will reach briefly into 3 out of 5. But again, this is a little bit more uncertain. We've got to see that sunshine late this morning into the afternoon to get that atmosphere recharged for late day storms. Again, we're in live storm coverage all day long, and we'll be starting this especially once GMA hits at 7 o'clock. You You can download that 8+ app on your smart TV and watch for free. All-day coverage expected as these storms are moving through. So here's where we go for the rest of this week and into the weekend. A weaker storm system coming through Friday into Saturday. A couple of showers there. Severe weather will stay to our south. And then we get to early next week with a cool start. We'll be in the 40s for highs on Monday. Soaking of rain moving through. Thankfully, so far this morning, just your average run-of-the-mill thunderstorms pushing in. We're still keeping a very close watch on the radar for an isolated stronger storm or two. Hail is the main threat as we go throughout this morning. Heavy rain to the north of the Quad Cities. Here in the metro, getting a little bit of a break from that. Still some heavy downpours into Sterling Rock Falls. Princeton, you had a good round of rain earlier, and now another little heavy downpour getting ready to move in. Galesburg, Knoxville catching a break along with Burlington, but that won't last long. You can see a new line of storms already organizing to the west of the Quad Cities. A reminder, a weather impact alert continues until 6 o'clock this evening, where we're expecting a couple of scattered severe storms this afternoon. Not for everybody, though. You see that is especially true the further east of the Quad Cities you go. We'll take you to a future track, the timing of those storms, the threats too. All of that as Good Morning Quad Cities continues.
Your forecast, here's Andrew.
Yeah, weather impact alert in place for really a good chunk of today. The morning commute this morning going to be a little rough, especially with these really heavy downpours moving in. The traffic data has been showing some slowdowns along Interstate 80 at times with those heavier rain producing thunderstorms. Nothing severe right now, no watches, no warnings. Princeton getting another heavy downpour, and Geneseo, you're about to see that as well. Galesburg, Burlington still enjoying a nice break along with Kewanee. We're getting a little break here in the metro Quad Cities, but you can see some new storms now intensifying west of Muscatine. Meanwhile, rain and embedded thunder, a real nice soaking for our hometowns north of the Quad Cities. This whole system still wrapping itself up off to the west of us. You can see this line of thunderstorms still trying to organize to our immediate west. Nothing severe with that right now. Any severe weather this morning appears to be isolated. That's what it looks like as of our current data. 45 warm degrees. It's also a little breezy too. We're already 50 in Burlington, and we're really going to see some warmth this afternoon, and it will come with some strong winds. Those gusts anywhere between 20 and 25 now. We could see them approach 50 this afternoon. A lot of our hometowns are under a wind advisory until 7 o'clock this evening. There's your tracker as we go through the rest of the day. We'll keep the red boxes all day long. Again, some scattered strong to severe storms will be possible this afternoon. That's why our weather impact alert will continue until this evening, in addition to the gusty winds. But notice our severe storm zone today. We've seen a little bit of an eastward shift in that 3 out of 5 risk. So if you're just west of Interstate 39, that's the area we'll really be watching for new storm development this afternoon. We'll take you into that development hour by hour with Future Track coming up.
All right, and we want to take you outside this morning for a live look at road conditions. News 8's Marshawn Gunn in downtown Davenport. How are things looking where you are?
Yeah, unlike when you saw me at 5, now we're actually in a lull of the rain. I'll let you take a look behind me. You can see that the rain has definitely slowed down as the morning has gone on. As we were coming into town, there was large downpours. As a result of those downpours, plus the rain that we got through the night, there is a lot of standing water on roadways as people are making their way into work. So you need to make sure to take your time. Hydroplaning is one of the biggest risks when you have all this standing water on the roads. So taking your time is probably the best you can do. As the morning has gone on, we've definitely seen a lot more cars coming through here, and they're honestly taking it probably a little slower than they usually do. With all this rain, another risk is flash flooding. We're currently on 2nd Street, and a street over is River Drive, a place that's often affected by flooding. So as the morning continues, make sure you keep an eye out on the weather and the roads to make sure you're avoiding any weather that might affect you. So as the morning goes on, I'll continue to keep you guys updated. Devin?
All right, thank you so much, Marshawn. Live downtown Davenport across from the Davenport City Bus Transportation Center. And we will have more conditions throughout the morning. What we also want to tell you, some power outages right now. A current look at those throughout our area. Right now, about 270 Mid-American Energy customers without power. In Iowa, about 3 Alliant customers are without power, and in Illinois, over 400 Ameren customers and 15 ComEd customers facing an outage.
And last time we checked, ComEd was actually at a 0, so that means power outages are increasing and still ongoing. So now's a good time to download the News 8 and Storm Track 8 apps to your phone. You'll get weather updates for your hometown. These are both available for free and in the Apple and Android app stores. And starting at 7 a.m., we'll have live commercial-free weather coverage on our News 8 Plus app. Download on your TV and watch for free.
Oh, welcome back into Good Morning Quad Cities here on a Wednesday morning. Time right now is 5:39. Weather impact alert still in place for the rest of today. Thankfully, so far this morning, storms have really been behaving themselves, other than a lot of heavy downpours with rain. Certainly reducing visibility and some good ponding of water on the roadway. There's another potential for storms this afternoon, but not all of you will see that, and I'll detail that here in a second. Let's get outside for a live look. Let's go to Interstate 80 first, where we've had quite the downpours at times this morning, especially in and around the Princeton area. I'm really kind of looking forward to tallying up the rainfall totals later this morning because, man, it has been coming down in buckets outside. But right now, no delays being reported. So we're going to take a bit of a radar tour here. There's a lot to talk about. The immediate Quad Cities is getting a break from the rain right now, at least the heaviest rain. But there is another new line of thunderstorms organizing just to the west of us. And you can see that right here into Muscatine. So let's start there first, and then we'll work our way north and eastward. So here's that new line of storms. Again, nothing severe. We have no watches, no warnings ongoing at this time, which is good news. But yeah, Muscatine ramping up the heavy downpours again. Wilton, that's going to be heading for LeClaire and Eldridge here and in the immediate Quad Cities shortly. North of that, you've got a nice steady soaking rain near Maquoketa up to Galena, Clinton, Thompson, Sterling Rock Falls, Morrison. Really nice soaking rain for you. Princeton catching a break now from the storm activity. That's off to your east near LaSalle, Peru, where you've had some good downpours and a bunch of lightning there. We're also catching a break near Kewanee, down to Bishop Hill, Oneida, Galesburg, Knoxville catching a break, and all the way to the west, Monmouth and Monmouth and Burlington catching a break as well. Now that break is going to be short-lived because we do have another round of rain and some thunderstorms coming in from the west, and you're seeing that right here. That has yet to move through. But the timing on this is important because you notice there's already some quiet skies developing in western Iowa, and those quiet skies arrive here late this morning into the afternoon. That's what could get us in trouble, at least some of you, later today with more storms. Warm this morning. We're already at 45 degrees, 50 in Macomb. You're also there in Burlington too, and we're going to see a lot of warmth heading into this afternoon. It will come with strong winds. Right now, the highest gust we've seen is 33 in Clinton. We have a wind advisory for almost everyone, unless you're in our far northeastern hometowns. That is in place from noon until 7 today for winds that will gust up to 50 miles an hour, and that's what's going to make it so warm. Weather impact alert in place until 6 this evening because we do have that opportunity for another round of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon, and that's the one that will likely be more intense versus what we're seeing this morning. Again, all dependent on sunshine. That's what we're going to be waiting for. We have continuous coverage planned all morning long and most of the afternoon as well on the 8+ app. We'll also break in as we usually do on air should life-threatening weather approach, but if you really want to get the best storm coverage, it's on the 8+ app. We're there nearly all day long. A rare high risk of severe weather well to the south of us. Here we've seen a contraction of this 3 out of 5 risk, and that is now for our hometowns just immediately west of Interstate 39. I agree with that. I think it's going to be areas east of the Quad Cities that have that opportunity for some scattered storm development this afternoon. 1 or 2 of those storms could have some 70+ mile-an-hour wind gusts, and also the tornado threat is still there too, but notice the worst of the threat is southeast, so we still can't rule out an isolated tornado or 2, especially east of the Quad Cities heading into the afternoon. Let's put future track into motion. I'm showing you radar and storm energy so you can see how this all evolves. There's our line that I just showed you on radar developing to the west of us. That'll scoot through here in the next few hours. And then as we get to the noon hour, things start quieting down, especially to the west of us. And you notice what's happening here. We're building in some storm energy ahead of the cold front that will come in after the noon hour. So that storm energy will be maximized right in this corridor, and wouldn't you know it, that's where future track shows the new storms taking off as we go into this afternoon. So if you look at the threat tracker, nothing's changed really much with this here. Wind is still our biggest concern at a 3 out of 5 east, and then 2 out of 5 for everything else. This is what we're going through this morning, kind of some scattered activity that could briefly become severe with some wind and some hail risks. And then we get to this afternoon. This is a more question mark time period here. Again, all dependent on if we can get that sun. So lots of coverage again on the 8+ app. You can download that on your TV and watch for free, whether it's an Amazon Fire TV, a stick, or a Roku TV or stick, or if you have an Apple TV, all of that coverage is there all day and on demand. Let's go through the next 8 days because you got some showers to come through for this upcoming weekend. Those are not going to be too much of a big deal, but certainly yours truly forgot we had a little break there. You get an early 15-minute advance look at the 14-day outlook. How about that for a bonus this morning? There it is, getting into the weekend, of course, a couple of those showers, as I mentioned. And then next week, a lot of upper 60s to near 70-degree weather. And that weather also looks quieter as well.
All right. Keep an eye on the bottom of your screen for the latest updates on school closures in our area. And in a minute, News 8's Marshawn Gunn is bringing you a closer look at road conditions live from downtown Davenport. But first, we're going to send it right over to Andrew with what you need to know on this very rainy weather impact alert day. Andrew.
Yeah, these storms have been bringing a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder. We're getting a break from them now in the metro, but there's a new line forming to the west that will bring all of this back within the next hour here. Quite a mess on the roads, though. A lot of standing water, so make sure you're taking it slow. Here's the new line that we're tracking. Live Doppler radar showing it organizing to the west of the Quad Cities. No watches, no warnings, no severe weather being reported right now, which is good. And there you see that break for the metro and also areas to the south and east. We go to the west, though. Look out Muscatine, another heavy rain-producing thunderstorm knocking on your doorstep with quite a bit of lightning. More rain and thunder from DeWitt to Maquoketa to Savannah, getting ready to move in there shortly. All part of a big storm system moving into western Iowa that is going to be pushing this round and potentially another stronger round in here of storms later this afternoon. We're sitting in the mid-40s right now, gusty east wind, and even some 50s already coming into the south of us. That's where some of the better storm energy is and where we may see a stronger isolated storm yet this morning. There you see winds getting close to 30 miles an hour. Not to mention, on top of everything else today, we do have a wind advisory from noon until 7 this evening. So our weather impact alert goes until 6 this evening. The only change we've seen is a little bit of a contraction in the threat area for that 3 out of 5 risk as we go into this afternoon. I'll show you that here quickly before we head out for a live look. There you see it, areas just west of Interstate 39. That'll be prime real estate for scattered severe storms to redevelop this afternoon. Taking you to future tracks, show you that and the threats those storms will bring coming up.
All right, thanks, Andrew. Well, News 8's Marshawn Gunn is joining us live from downtown Davenport for a closer look at what you can expect when you head out. Good morning, Marshawn.
Good morning, Devin. Things out here in downtown Davenport are looking a little bit not too bad, honestly. The rain has definitely slowed down. I'll let you take a look behind me. The rain has definitely slowed down. Actually, I don't think any rain is falling right now, but throughout the rest of the morning, rain has been continuous, and after now, it'll continue to be going on throughout the rest of the morning. So the morning commute is on everybody's minds. If you look at the street, the roads are still wet, and because of the rain we've gotten overnight, plus the downpours we've had earlier, the roads continue to stay wet with some standing water. So make sure to take some extra time. Hydroplaning is one of the biggest risks when you have all this water on the road. So, like I said, it's important to take that time. Don't rush. Give yourself a little extra time to get to work. Another big threat when we have these types of storms is flash flooding. We're on 2nd Street, and right one street over is River Drive, a place that is often hard hit by flash flooding. So, as the morning continues, it's very possible that flash flooding could occur on either of these two streets. Another thing is that as the morning has gone on and it's starting to get brighter, more cars have been coming through starting their morning commute. So, and they also have been taking it a little bit slow. So that's just something that that should be taken into consideration as you guys head out on your guys' morning commute. So I'll be back later to continue to update you guys on the road conditions. Devin?
All right, thank you, Marshawn. Really good advice. Downtown Davenport across from the Davenport City Bus Transportation Center, and we'll check back in just a moment with you. Now, right now, our forecast is looking severe enough that we may see some flight disruptions this morning. We're taking a live look at the departure schedule from the Quad Cities International Airport. As of right now, you can see all flights leaving today are scheduled to depart on time. Now, I want to look at the arrivals. As of right now, all are also scheduled on time. We'll keep you updated this morning as we continue tracking flights for you.
And now we're taking a look at the current power outages in our area. Right now in the Illinois Quad Cities, Mid-American is reporting 270 customers without power. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning. And as we take another look, this has all gone down. So earlier this morning, we did have power outages, but now you can see a lot of those places have been solved. You can catch our live commercial-free weather coverage today on our WQAD 8+ streaming app, and our extended weather coverage starts this morning at 7 o'clock, right after this newscast. That's only on our 8+ app. You can download on your TV and watch for free.
Welcome back into Good Morning Quad Cities on a Wednesday morning. Time right now is 6:11. We've had quite a wake-up call for many of you already today with some heavy rain producing thunderstorms, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder with those. Thankfully, severe weather has been to a minimum, and that is certainly some good news. So it looks like we're going to keep it that way for the majority of this morning, unless we get a rogue stronger storm in here. But right now, that appears to be very isolated in nature. Before we get to the radar and what we can expect this afternoon with those storms, let's get that morning commute under control here. A lot of wet pavement, though we're getting a break from heavy rain in the metro Quad Cities. That isn't the case for everyone. Rain is already starting to intensify to our west near Muscatine, so it will intensify here in the metro shortly. So definitely a high impact to the morning commute is what we're seeing this morning so far. Let's take a little bit of a radar tour, and let's start with the new line that is developing here to our southwest, and we'll quickly move eastward. Again, nothing severe with this. We have no watches, we have no warnings, but Burlington, your break from the rain is about ready to come to an end here shortly as that line moves in. You can see Muscatine also getting some decent rain out of this too, and the heaviest of this line is kind of tracking to the north east a little bit more. So that stronger storm with a lot of lightning, take it in this direction. Quad Cities about 6:40, so 30 minutes from now. We've got that in Andalusia at 6:33 and Durant at 6:24. Let's poke around the rest of the region. Let's go further north. Good-sized heavy downpour here north of Clinton with some lightning. That'll all continue heading to the northeast. Even our northern hometowns, Maquoketa, Galena getting some rain and thunderstorms. And as we go down further to the southeast, Sterling Rock Falls, a little bit of a break there. Princeton getting a break. Also Galesburg and Knoxville, this area getting a break too. I'm going to add up those rainfall totals once we get later this morning, have those for GMQC at 11, because I'm really curious to see how much rain fell. It's been heavy at times. Here's the wider view of the radar, and there you see that line again to the west of us getting ready to move in. Thankfully, nothing severe, which is good. However, we're going to really need to keep an eye on what's going here in western Iowa. That's clearing. That'll work out and could provide more storm energy this afternoon for that next round of storms. It's already warm this morning, and boy, is it windy. We've had wind gusts approaching 30 miles an hour. 50s to the south of us working their way northward too. There's your wind gusts, including really strong winds here in southeast Wisconsin. We do have a wind advisory in place for the majority of us. This will start at noon and go until 7 o'clock this evening. If you're in that wind advisory, those winds could get up to 50 miles an hour at times. Our weather impact alert for severe storms, the focus there continues until 6 this evening, and it's really this afternoon where this will all come into play. So far, we have not seen that this morning, but really worth watching as we get into the afternoon. We still have a 3 out of 5 risk here east of the Quad Cities. Notice we've contracted this a little bit, and I agree with the Storm Prediction Center. It's really going to be areas just west of Interstate 39, from Sterling Rock Falls, Prophetstown, Princeton, just east of Geneseo. It does include Kewanee, and this would also include Knoxville for a couple of scattered severe storms this afternoon. Wind continues to be the top tier threat here with some 70+ mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. The tornado zone still in place, but more isolated than anything. And honestly, I think we can shift this further to the east as the afternoon goes on. Let's go through future tracks showing you radar and storm energy. So here's that line to the west of us moving in right now as we speak, and then it will move east of the Quad Cities as the morning goes on. Things quiet down early afternoon. That breaks out some sun. We'll build some storm energy, and then in comes the cold front. And the million-dollar question: can we pop a couple of scattered severe storms right in this zone and points to the east? Future track indicating that potential is certainly there, and then everything will come to an end by 6 this evening. So here's our threat tracker. Again, wind is the highest concern out of all of them at a 3 out of 5. Those winds approaching 70 miles an hour. What we're seeing this morning has been fairly isolated so far, which is good. We'll watch the sun trends here as we go into the afternoon for this potential secondary up in the threat here as we get into later this afternoon. We still have a lot of coverage planned today, regardless of what happens on the A+ app. We will do a severe storm discussion likely at 9 o'clock in place of Ask Andrew Live. And before then, we have our streaming radar and other maps that'll keep you up to date on the weather. So make sure and download that on your TV and watch for free, especially if you have a smart TV. A great resource to have. We're going to do a quick break. When we come back, I'll take you through the next 2 weeks right after this.
When you buy from Lou Fuse Kia Moline, you're backed by Fuse. Hurry in to save on rows and rows of brand new Kias with more on the way. Plus, every new Kia comes with a 10-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Or shop our huge selection of certified pre-owned Kias, fully inspected and backed by Fuse. Because if it has our name on it, you have our word on it. Rush to Lou Fuse Kia Moline today, formerly Courtesy Kia, home of the 200,000-mile warranty. Lou Fuse, we are family.
All right, we still have some showers we'll be tracking as we go into Friday. 1 or 2 left over into Saturday. That Sunday should actually be 55, not 47. Not sure how that got on there twice. The point is, it's going to be a cool start to next week, and then temperatures will gradually start warming up as we head into week number 2. That week also looks a little bit more quiet, too. We'll see if that holds, but we'll certainly take advantage of the warmth while it's here. Let's see what's coming up on GMA.
Now keep an eye at the bottom of your screen for any school type of adjustments that's going to be taking place. Now in a minute, News 8's Marshawn Gunn will also be bringing us a closer look at road conditions throughout this hour. But first, let's check in with meteorologist Andrew Stutzky on our weather impact alert.
That's right. Yeah, still very much in play here. We haven't seen really much in the way of severe weather this morning. Thank goodness these storms not able to realize the amount of storm energy we've got, which is not a bad thing. You know, it could have been worse, that's for sure. But it is definitely having an impact on the morning commute, and that you will have to slow down at times when you get under one of these heavier downpours. And speaking of heavy, we got some heavy rain just getting out of Savannah, heading into northern Carroll County. Another band of heavy rain southwest of Maquoketa. All of this with some embedded lightning bolts, actually quite a bit of lightning there along the I-80 corridor north of Muscatine. So we got a break in the Quad Cities, as we just said, but look at this, more rain and thunderstorms on the way with this new line surging in here from the southwest. So we'll keep an eye on the radar as we go through this morning. Any severe weather is expected to be isolated, but this afternoon could be a little bit of a different story. 45, it is windy too. Winds already kicking up out of the southeast, and we're in the 50s in our southernmost hometowns already. Gusts have been approaching 30 miles an hour at times. Those will get closer to 50 miles an hour this afternoon, where a wind advisory is in play. And then this afternoon, we'll see what happens with the sun. If we can get some sunshine late this morning into the early afternoon, areas east of the Quad Cities will be under that risk of some scattered severe storms between about 2 and 6 o'clock. So something we're going to be tracking as we go throughout the day. What threats those storms will bring, we'll track that with Future Track coming up.
All right, thanks, Andrew. Well, News 8's Marshawn Gunn is joining us live from downtown Davenport for a closer look at what you can expect when you head out this morning for your morning commute. Marshawn?
Good morning, Ava. Yeah, like Andrew said, we're kind of in a lull. The one thing that you really feel right now is the wind. But, of course, as the morning continues, it's going to continue to rain. I'm going to move out of the way so you guys can get a look at the road conditions. As you can see, there is really no rain falling right now. We're in that, but we're waiting for that next line of storms to move into town. So as those as those storms move into town, a big threat would be standing water on roadways because of the large downpours that we expect to be seeing. So when the roads are covered with that water, it's important to make sure to slow down. So hydroplaning is probably the biggest risk when you do have those wet roads. Another big risk is flash flooding. So we're currently on 2nd Street in downtown Davenport, and just a road over is River Drive, another place that is often hit with floods. So as the morning continues and we get more storms, it's important to keep an eye out for those covered roads and make sure you take that extra time when you're on your way into work. But the rain will continue to fall the rest of this morning, so continue to stay safe. Ava?
All right, thank you, Marshawn. And we'll check back for another update in just a bit. But right now, our forecast is looking severe enough that you'll want to be prepared for maybe some potential power outages today. So now taking a look at the current outages in our area. Right now, the Illinois Quad Cities Mid-American is reporting 270 customers are still without power. And this is a number that we've been seeing all morning long. But I do want to mention that Alliant, ComEd, and Ameren, all of those numbers have gone down since this morning. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning.
Science and Advanced Studies Chemistry. Well, speaking of schools, yeah, not too many changes going on right now.
Yes,
because of low-level event, but we're still watching for a threat this afternoon.
That's right. Yeah, we're not out of the woods, even though this morning's been quiet. Some of that sun this afternoon could get us a little busy.
Yeah, that's why we have that weather impact alert.
That's right. Yeah, we'll continue that until at least 6 o'clock this evening. Another reminder, too, we have some strong winds expected today outside of these storms. We have a wind advisory in place for most of us this afternoon, too. Let's get a live look at traffic, see what's going on there. Interstate 74, a lot of wet pavement there as these storms are moving through. We also just got word from the Scott County emergency manager that there is some standing water over the roadway about a foot deep around River Drive and Marquette Street in Davenport. I think we're going to work to send our crew there shortly and see if we can get a visual on that. So heads up, you'll want to avoid River Drive and Marquette Street. The emergency manager of Scott County reporting the roadway is under a foot of water. Not surprised. I mean, this has been some heavy rain that's been moving through this morning. Very heavy. Some of the heaviest we've seen so far this year. So you really got to watch out for that standing water. We've got a little bit of a break from the rain here recently in the Quad Cities, but there's a new round of thunderstorms sitting just to the west of us that's on the way. Now, as Devin has said, this has been kind of a low-level event so far this morning. We have not had any warnings. There's been no watches, but this has certainly had a big impact on your morning commute. No doubt about that. So we've got heavy thunderstorms north of DeWitt. That's heading right for Savannah here in the next few minutes. Again, nothing severe, but that rain is heavy, and it's got a lot of lightning with it, too. Here in the Metro Quad Cities, a brand new line of thunderstorms just now racing through Muscatine. That's on its way in here in the next 15-20 minutes. Still a nice break from Geneseo to Kewanee to Princeton, even Galesburg and Knoxville not seeing anything. But as we pan this back to the west, yeah, here comes the rain again in Burlington and Wapello, and soon to be into Monmouth. We're seeing that rain start again too. This is a very strong storm system, and it's still strengthening as we speak. So we've got this line moving through now, but kind of watching what happens back here in western Iowa where some clearing is taking place. That could potentially get some of us in trouble as we go into this afternoon with more storms. Warm. It is 45 right now. Gusty winds out of the southeast. We're climbing quickly into the 50s to the south of the Quad Cities, and the winds are increasing too. Those are currently gusting around 30. All of us except Whiteside, Carroll, Joe Davis County, you have a wind advisory in place for this afternoon from noon until 7 this evening. Strong wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour will be possible, and that's going to be out of the south and southeast today. That gets us into 70s this afternoon. Our weather impact alert continues until 6 o'clock this evening, and it's the afternoon storms, as the way it looks right now, that will have these threats associated with them. So what you're doing now, you're watching GMQC, and then after GMQC, hop on the 8+ app. I'm going to do a quick chat there. We'll have a few interruptions because I've got some radio responsibilities and some GMA stuff, but we will do some live coverage here on the 8+ app coming up at 7 o'clock, just minutes from now. A rare 5 out of 5 on the track scale from Memphis, Tennessee into Carbondale, Illinois. That is a very serious situation downstate today. Here, not as bad in terms of a threat. It's a 3 out of 5, and we've contracted that a little further to the east. So if you're immediately west of Interstate 39, you're going to see the bulk of the new round of storms this afternoon. So here's our line that's moving through right now. It's actually a little bit ahead of schedule. So what that means is we're more likely to see some clearing take place late this morning into the afternoon, which will rebuild storm energy ahead of a cold front that will come in between 2 and 6 o'clock this evening. And there you see that potential for a couple of widely scattered thunderstorms to take advantage of that from that time frame. Illinois hometowns will see that risk into the afternoon. Our threat tracker remains unchanged. It's still a 3 out of 5 for wind damage, especially east of the Quad Cities. But what we've done is we've kind of toned down the severe risk for this morning. That is much more isolated than what it looked like yesterday. However, we still have that opportunity to escalate things again this afternoon, especially if we can get some sun, and that will be east of the Quad Cities. So lots of coverage today planned on the 8+ app. If you don't have it for your smart TV, download it today and start watching for free. Peter Warner will be joining me occasionally as well throughout the morning as we continue to track these storms and the threat coming in for this afternoon. Everything you need to know is going to be on the 8+ app today. There we go with our impact alerts for today. Those strong storms possible this afternoon. Then we get to later this week. There's a weaker storm system coming in Friday into Saturday with just a few showers. Storms look like they're going to stay south of us. Next week, a chilly start to the week. But then as we get into week number 2, we'll see that nice gradual weather climb, or temperature climb, I should say, and even a quieter stretch of weather as well.
All right, thanks, Andrew. And like Andrew mentioned, we want to remind you to tune into our live commercial-free weather coverage today on our WQAD 8+ streaming app. That coverage starts at 7, just 10 minutes from now, and that's only on our 8+ app. You can download on your TV and watch for free. We'll be right back. Back at 6:53 on your Wednesday morning, and before you start your day, we want to bring you 3 things to know. Number 1, a heads up if you use the bike and pedestrian trail on the I-74 bridge, you'll have to find another route for a few days. Through Friday, the trail is closed for maintenance from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and if weather allows, it'll be back open on Saturday. And number 2, this week, the Davenport School District begins phase 1 of new safety measures. 19 weapon detectors are being installed across the middle and high schools, but the middle schoolers won't use them for a few more weeks. At Central High School, members of the security team, administration, and volunteer staff are at each entrance. And if anything sets off the machine, those staff will search the student's bag.
Well, number 3, taking a look at the current power outages in our area following a stormy night. Right now in the Illinois Quad Cities Mid-American is reporting 270 customers without power. That number has remained steady the past couple of hours. Now, earlier in the evening, there were more outages throughout our viewing area, but those have since been restored. And while right now seems like we're quieting down our forecast, we're not out of the woods today.
No, not quite yet. In fact, I want to take you to our live Doppler radar because I've got an intensifying thunderstorm getting ready to move into Bluegrass, and soon this will be into Davenport. So I'm going to walk away for just a quick second because we have a minute. I want to check out the hail potential on this because that's something I'm really starting to notice is rapidly developing. So I'm going to switch our source. There's the hail tracker, and this is moving off to the north and the east. So we can put a quick track on that while I've got you. And there you see, about a little bit after 7 o'clock, we could see hail potential increasing in the Quad Cities. This is a new development. This is something we haven't seen a ton of this morning, but it looks like some of these storms are starting to take advantage of a little bit better instability that's building into the region. So we're going to head into GMA coming up in about 5 minutes, but the severe weather coverage is just going to get started on our 8+ app. So we'll start tracking that immediately at 7 o'clock. There'll be a couple of little pauses in there because I've got some radio hits and some other things to do, but we will do continuous coverage on our 8+ app starting at 7 o'clock.
And you've been hearing from some of the emergency management agency officials of some rising water.
Yeah, Marquette Street and River Drive. I know that is a problem spot usually when we get heavy rain, but yeah, about a foot of water standing on the pavement. We've got a crew on the way. So we're going to hope we can tie some of that into our 8+ coverage and get you a live look of that shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, so everything you need to know coming up here in just a few minutes.
Yep.
That's right. It's going to be live, commercial free throughout the day on our WQAD 8+ streaming app. Download on your TV and watch for free. Thank you so much for watching GMQC. We'll be back.
And a good Wednesday morning, Quad Cities. We are coming up on 7 o'clock. I'd like to thank you for joining us on our 8+ app stream here. Exclusive stream that will be commercial free, and we're going to continue to track these storms as they move through the immediate Quad Cities. No worries, we are not leaving our on-air folks out to dry or anything like that. Our coverage protocol remains the same. Should life-threatening weather move in, we will also break in on air as well. But this is an added bonus of the 8+ stream. We don't have to worry about network programming or commercial breaks or anything like that. We can just show you what's going on right now and continue to track these storms as they come through this morning. Before we get started, just a heads up. There will be intermittent pauses in my live coverage here where we will send it to graphics for a few minutes. That's so I can do some GMA cut-ins live on our over-the-air feed, and also so that I can partner up with our partner radio stations to give them an update as well. I will let you know in advance when we take those brief pauses, how long they will be, and we will, of course, be right back immediately after we take that quick pause. So, welcome aboard. Hope you're having a good Wednesday so far. It has been a busy Wednesday. Now, thankfully, we have not had any warnings or watches issued so far, but we do have a new line of thunderstorms that's coming in, and this one is getting a little bit more feisty, a little bit more strong than anything we have seen so far this morning. So let's go ahead and start with radar. We'll take you there, and I'll show you this line of storms as we start tracking it. There's actually a fairly strong one that's moving into the immediate Quad City metro. You can see it right here. Just got out of Bluegrass. This one does have some hail potential with it, and I wouldn't be surprised if Bluegrass saw some smaller hail shortly as that storm went through. There's another one to the southwest of it near Illinois City, just to the northeast of Muscatine there. That is where we're seeing also another intensifying storm system that is going to be on there too. So what we're going to have to watch is what these storms are going to do as they go to the northeast. That could certainly be a problem as they get a little bit better storm energy to work with. I'm going to go ahead and put the hail tracker on this so we can see if there is any hail potential. And yeah, with that storm that I was just talking about moving into the northwest side of Davenport, there certainly will be some small, probably pea-sized hail that's going to have to come through with that storm because it's a little bit on the stronger side. And there we see where it is. You see just south of the Interstate 80 corridor. So we're going to continue to watch that. Right now, it doesn't seem to be escalating in size, but we'll certainly kind of keep an eye on that. So we'll watch that. Let me go back to reflectivity here. And we'll go to the southwest to take a look at that storm. Actually, let's just put a tracker on that real quick while we're here, shall we? So this storm here, a little bit of a small hail potential. That's going to be moving northeast, getting into Eldridge shortly. Eventually, yeah, we're going to be talking about Clinton. That's going to be closer to about 7:30. But here's the storm track, if you will, as it heads to the northeast. We've got about just a moment or two before it gets into Eldridge. It's actually there right now, apparently at the radar there by looking at that. Parkview about 7:09, Port Byron at 7:18, Lowmore at 7:22, Comanche at 7:25, and then Clinton likely as we get closer as we have there on the radar screen itself. So again, we're going to keep a close eye on that as we go through the next couple of minutes. And just a moment here, I'm kind of typing. Have to be done by then. There we go. Another stronger storm as we go here south of Muscatine. More heavy rainfall there. But again, the hail potential with that one has been decreasing. So the one with the hail potential that's increasing, this one right here. You've got another line of storms here that's going to the north. So from Clinton to Savannah. In fact, I want to check in with Clinton while we can because we do have a weather camera that's in Clinton right now. You're likely seeing some very heavy rainfall, probably a good amount of lightning there too. And yeah, we can see the rain kind of pouring down the camera lens there in Clinton proper. A lot of clouds and some good amount of lightning too also happening. So a lot of storm activity this morning so far. Thankfully, none of it has been severe. If something were to become severe, it is likely going to remain isolated in nature. And that has been some good news. But it does mean you're going to still need to slow down as we take that commute here as you're off and running on the roadways. Other storms, as we just visited near Clinton, you've got another batch up near Savannah with some heavy downpours. No hail associated with that right now. Another line of storms also starting to form down here to the west of Burlington. That one's kind of been on the decrease in intensity for a few moments here. What is happening, though, is as this line of heavy storms approaches the actual radar itself, that can tend to limit what the severity of the storms looks like. So we're going to wait for that line to pass through the radar, and then we'll get a better representation of what those storms actually look like. Let me show you the wider picture here, and then we'll talk more about the threat that could come down into this afternoon. There you see what's going on. We've got widespread rain and thunderstorms moving through, almost a solid line at this point. Again, nothing severe. We have no watches. We have no warnings right now. Further off to the west, this is what's going to be crucial as to what goes down here as we get into the afternoon. It's this activity of clearing, or this lack of activity, that could potentially get us in trouble, especially if you're on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River later this afternoon. That's where we could refire some new scattered severe storms a little bit later today. Winds are picking up too. That's something we've certainly been noticing and tracking all morning long. We've got winds up to 20 and 35 miles an hour. These will intensify as we go into the afternoon. We actually have a wind advisory that is currently in place from noon until 7 o'clock this evening. It is for all of our hometowns except for Whiteside County, Carroll County, and Joe Davis County. You are not included in this as of right now, but you still could see gusts approaching 40 to 45 miles an hour as we go into this afternoon. Let's break down our weather impact alert. It does remain in place until 6 o'clock this evening. That is going to be for another round of potentially scattered severe storms as we go into this afternoon and this evening. The need will be to do what you're doing right now. You're keeping an eye on your Storm Track 8 app, or you're watching your 8 Plus app on your smart TV, which is what you're doing at this present moment as we continue our extended coverage. This is quite a storm system. I mean, look at what's going down well south of us here. You have got a rare 5 out of 5 on the threat track scale from Memphis, Tennessee to Paducah, Kentucky. Our friends at our ABC station in Memphis are going to be extremely busy today. I am sending them good karma and everything as they cover those storms. That is quite a threat that's going on. So if you have friends and family members and that 5 out of 5 or the 4 out of 5, make sure they have a plan ready to go. That is going to be some life-threatening weather downstate, especially in near Carbondale and points to the south. Here closer to home, what we've done is we've contracted that 3 out of 5 risk further to the south and east. So what that means is if you live just west of Interstate 39, from Princeton to Sterling Rock Falls, Kalita, Tampico, also into Kewanee, just east of Geneseo and east of Galesburg, including LaSalle, Peru, and Peoria, those are going to be the places where we're going to likely see renewed storm development as we go into this afternoon. Everyone else is a 2 out of 5, but right now this appears to be the best zone in terms of new severe storm development as we get into this afternoon. So that's something we're going to be watching. Let's go to Future Track here really quickly and see what the latest evolution is of some of this storm development a little bit later today for us. So here's the line this morning. And what I'm going to do actually right now is, because this is a little bit ahead of schedule, what's nice about our graphics system is that I can actually adjust things based on the timing that we're seeing right now. So let me adjust it for where we're at. The storm's moving in right about there, so we're about 30, 40 minutes ahead of schedule. And now what we can do is we can play this data out and get kind of a more accurate depiction on the timing of this. So there you see the storms continuing to work east this evening. We'll get to the late morning, and here's where we kind of get in a little bit of trouble. You're seeing some of this clearing that's taking place where there's no storm activity, there's no shower activity, and then what we're doing is we're building up this storm energy ahead of a cold front that's going to be working its way through. And that cold front will develop a couple of widely scattered thunderstorms ahead of it between 2 this afternoon and 6 this evening. And you can see where those are likely going to form. Right in here. So east of that line is where we still have the potential for a couple of scattered thunderstorms as we go through this afternoon and this evening. The million-dollar question is, how much sun can we get to destabilize this atmosphere and give us these strong to severe storms. That's what we're going to be tracking hour by hour later this morning into the afternoon. Our threat tracker remains unchanged. The only change is the east half of the Quad Cities is under the threat for severe weather this afternoon. The winds are still 3 out of 5. Tornadoes are still 2 out of 5. And our hail tracker is what we're seeing, a 2 out of 5 as well. So here's our hourly threat tracker. Only a 1 out of 5 as we go through this morning. Again, we'll get that break late this morning where we really don't have to worry about much in terms of severe storms. But this afternoon, that's when things could ramp up again and start escalating as we go to a 2 out of 5 on the threat track scale. And our easternmost hometowns will also go back to a 3 out of 5 as well. So to reiterate what's going on here, a quick summary, and then we're going to take a quick break as we do some responsibilities for GMA, some live weather hits there and a few other things. And then, yes, we will return, keeping an eye on this storm that's moving through the immediate Quad Cities. So it looks like it's weakened a little bit more, but that'll be heading into Cordova and Clinton very shortly. And then eventually we have more storms near Preemption, Oak Grove. You got Aledo there, some heavy downpours. And it certainly looks like we're going to be seeing more storm activity behind that before we clear things out this afternoon. So we're going to take a quick break. I know if our digital people are on this or watching this stream, we're likely going to switch to our automated graphics source for a couple of minutes while we take care of some GMA business. But no worries, the live stream will continue, and I'll be back with you guys in just a few moments.
bursting onto the scene in the original Top Gun as the cool pilot Tom Iceman Kazansky opposite Tom Cruise.
It's the car, right?
That'll certainly slow you down on your morning commute, so give yourself an extra minute or two there. Fresh round of thunderstorms moving into the immediate Quad Cities. Nothing severe, just heavy rain. That'll continue for the next hour or two, and then we'll wait and see what happens with some severe potential as we go into the afternoon. Our weather impact alert still in place until early this evening. Areas east of the Quad Cities still under that threat of seeing a couple of scattered severe storms later this afternoon. That is especially true if you are just west of Interstate 39. We've got more coverage coming up on the 8+ app. Good morning, Quad Cities. The time right now is 7:25. Meteorologist Andrew Stutsky here, continuing to track some heavy rain producing thunderstorms moving through our region. Thankfully, so far this morning, no severe weather. We have no watches, no warnings in place. Some of you did pick up some smaller hail at times from some of the stronger storms. Speaking of, where are those at right now? Well, let's start tracking them for you. We've got another band that's moving into the Quad Cities metro as I speak. Ava and Devin just saying it looking fairly dark outside right now as some of these heavier bands are working through. Good amount of lightning with these storms this morning too, indicating how much energy we have in the atmosphere. That line extends all the way to the north, by the way, throughout Galena, Lanark, Savannah, also down to the south. We're starting to see the radar fill in a little bit more. Dry in Geneseo and Princeton for now, but that'll be changing here shortly as this line continues to track to the east. Burlington, you're also getting another heavier thunderstorm. In fact, let's go there right now. Yeah, a little bit more robust storm activity for you and quite a bit of lightning. We have a weather impact alert that remains in place until early this evening. For some of you, especially east of the Quad Cities, that may see some scattered renewed storm development as we go into this afternoon. So you'll want to stay with us not only on air, but on the 8+ app. We'll continue to have storm coverage all throughout the day. We still have a level 3 out of 5 on the threat track scale for areas just west of Interstate 39, from Sterling to Kewanee, Princeton, Knoxville, Peoria, LaSalle, Peru, all included in that. And that is for the potential of seeing more storms on a scattered basis this afternoon. So a reminder, get the 8+ app on your smart TV. You can download that and watch for free. Our continuing coverage in just moments. Thanks for sticking with us here on the WQAD 8 Plus app. We are going to continue our coverage here of some rain and some thunderstorms that are moving through, as well as give you a little bit of a taste of what could happen later this afternoon as our weather impact alert remains in place. We are going to be communicating at times. This is a live feed, so we're going to be communicating with our folks in the control room, also our digital folks. We also have a live crew that's out and about that we're going to be able to communicate with as well. So stick with us. There will also be some occasional pauses as we have to do some coverage for GMA and also some radio coverage as well. Those will be brief, and we'll let you know ahead of time when we're going to take those quick breaks. We do return shortly after that. Thankfully, though, this morning, so far, no severe weather being reported. We've got myself here, meteorologist Andrew Stutzky. Chief Meteorologist James Zahara is also here with us on the green screen, and shortly we're going to be joined by our weather anchor Peter Warner as well as we track these storms through. And these have been some good rain producers, James. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no question about it. We've been getting some nice rainfall amounts, some especially areas around the immediate Quad Cities, where at the Quad City International Airport had a report of over 3/4 of an inch of rain, close to an inch that was reported over at the Davenport Municipal Airport, and taking around Burlington, even around Dubuque. We've had reports of just over a half an inch of rain, and looks like we have a good chance of at least doubling those numbers with the waves that we see just off to our south and west. What we're trying to bring up here is what we're going to bring up, that the 24-hour rainfall, the data usually comes in really slow.
Yes.
So we'll get to that in just a little bit. But as Andrew just mentioned, yeah, we're still dealing with a round of some showers and thunderstorms, some very heavy rain. Keep an eye on areas where flooding is usually a problem on streets, especially in those poor drainage areas. So there could be some serious ponding that may be going on. And that's kind of what we're noticing, especially just north of the Quad Cities. Some pretty heavy rain, even some claps of thunder going on as well. So you know that the atmosphere is really dynamically charged, especially for early this morning. So that's something to keep in mind as far as with these heavy rain spots that we're seeing across many of our hometowns that's making its way across the river itself. These individual storms are moving quickly from southwest to northeast. The line itself is moving very slowly from west to east. You can see some heavy rain already taking place around the Quad Cities. You're probably hearing some rumbles of thunder as well. And then as we make our way a little bit more south and west of us, in places like around Mercer County, Aledo now seeing some rain, Keysburg, Wapello, down to Minneapolis, down to Burlington, seeing some rain and even some claps of thunder that's going on as well. Like we said, we've already had over half an inch of rain in Burlington. Good wave that just made its way through. Likely may add about another 1/10 or even 2/10 of an inch of rain. Because keep in mind, this system is actually drawing up a lot of Gulf moisture, and that's why we've already seen some pretty heavy amounts of moisture that is taking place across the area. Some of the estimates that we're seeing here from our system shows a dark green, that forest green, indicating maybe estimates around 2 inches or 1 to 2 inches. I think given the numbers that we've seen so far, I think we may be talking about just over an inch in these areas that we're seeing scattered around the immediate Quad Cities and points southwest. And of course, that's where the heaviest of the rain, at least right now, is taking place across the area. So I think we have a chance of seeing a lot more of that forest green color kind of become a bit more widespread as that line from the west continues to make its way off toward the east. But I think the big news going on is, yes, we've been seeing some pea-sized hail in some of our hometowns with this line, but nothing more severe. No gusty thunderstorms that we have witnessed. There has been some good little wind here and there, but the storms themselves are not grabbing any of those strong winds that are aloft to bring it down to the surface. So that is some fairly good news. Now, this is our hail probability that we see here. And this is what we kind of saw last night, I would say, just before the 10 o'clock show itself, where we did see this kind of color. It doesn't look like much, but it did produce some pea-sized hail. It was really coming down outside our station here, and very likely we could be talking about little pea-sized hail going on just around the Burlington area, maybe eventually approaching Aquaka with that hail that we could potentially be seeing. Low, so once again, I think maybe more pea-size that may be taking place with this line as it makes its way off to the northeast. So if it holds its position, areas around Media, Kirkwood, Monmouth, Gladstone, yeah, you could be seeing some of that pea-sized hail within the heavy bands of rain that are going on with that particular storm itself. And you can see how that green is kind of overspread. We kind of focus on the brighter areas that could indicate maybe some of that pea-sized hail that may be going on. But the good news is we're not seeing any of those gusty thunderstorm winds coming down aloft and making its way to the surface. But nonetheless, that's something we'll have to still keep an eye on as this line continues to make its way off to the east. And some good electrical activity going on, I guess is the proper way to put it, from the Quad Cities, and certainly points north and east right through Clinton, Savannah, and points north and east toward the Freeport area. Nothing severe that we're seeing. We're just seeing a good round of some healthy thunderstorms that are taking place and some nice rainfall, which is going to make things really green around here, that is for sure, as Andrew just mentioned. And this is a system, if we wind it out even more so, still plenty more activity to go, courtesy of that area of low pressure. Now, right now we're seeing temperatures in the 40s, but as that system makes its way from kind of southwest and northeast, it's going to try and pull that warm front northward. And as it does, we're going to quickly see those temperatures go from 40s and 50s that we're seeing now to likely temperatures averaging around 70 degrees as we get to the afternoon, especially the early afternoon, where we're anticipating a break from the rain before that next wave comes in sometime by the late afternoon, early evening. That's the one we'll have to keep an eye on, especially what's going on with the activity that we're seeing early this morning, because that will play a big role as far as the intensity and the coverage of that of storms that may be coming in later on. So here's what we're dealing with right now, and wow, this is an update, I think, here. 5 out of 5 in areas just outside of Memphis. As far as the best chance, we're seeing some very strong tornadoes that could be taking place, likely EF2 or stronger within this area from Paducah down to Jonesboro, right near Memphis itself. So indications are, and we kind of were hinting on this yesterday, that the worst of the storms going in to our Wednesday was going to be more south and east of us, courtesy of that cold front that's associated with that low that we just talked about. So that cold front expected to be arriving around the Quad Cities along the river itself by about, I would say, after lunchtime, I would say, is going to continue its eastward course, and then as it interacts with the maximum instability of the day, this is where you have the possibility of seeing a broken line of strong to severe thunderstorms. So anywhere from Sterling Rock Falls to Kewanee, Galva, east of Galesburg, and points eastward, that is where we expect to see the best chance for seeing that next round, okay? And what the biggest threat they have with this system is going to be the winds, whether it may be spinning or straight line, and anywhere you see that dotted area. Now, this has changed a little bit, but where you see that dotted area from this solid line that we see here and then points eastward, anywhere within this area, I want to stress this again, anywhere within this area, there could be 1 or 2 storms that could produce those winds 70 miles an hour or stronger. But the better, more likely chance is farther east, where we have that level 3 out of 5 risk for that chance to be taking place. So it's really going to be that cold front that eventually we're going to be talking about on the current at 4 o'clock for that potential to take place. Now, what we're also going to have to keep an eye on is not only the break that we could potentially see in the afternoon, that brings us some sun, but its impact when it comes to the convective energy. Now, some of this convective energy is going to be dropped a little bit because of what we're seeing right now. But when you add that sun, it's going to start building up again. And then you combine that with a front coming in after lunchtime, things get very active, especially areas off to our south and east. So you can see about 3 o'clock, that's kind of where the cold front's going to be. And then as we make our way even more into the mid and late afternoon hours, you can see that's the front right there that we'll have to keep an eye on and for the next round of storms. Otherwise, farther west, looking pretty quiet. So while you're watching us on the Iowa side, I think what we're dealing with right now is really going to be focusing more on the Illinois side as we get later on in the day, okay? And we kind of were talking about that these past couple of days, given the risk values that we've been seeing mainly off to the east, Andrew.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Iowa are going to be spared from anything this afternoon. This is definitely Illinois side. We've been talking about if you're just west, immediately west of Interstate 39, that's where we have to watch in terms of that threat for this afternoon. I'm going to go back to Future Track, and here's what's the beauty about being on the A+ app. You know, we can kind of do a lot of this stuff on the fly. We're not restricted by time. We're not restricted by breaking into network programming. So we can really do a lot of things in real time that we normally would wouldn't be able to do on the over-the-air television feed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull back up Future Track one more time, and I'm going to put on our rapid update model to show you a couple of different things that we can show you here. But first, I believe we can actually go out to the field. It sounds like we've got Marshawn Gunn, who's out in the field right now. And Marshawn, are you back at your location that you were at this morning for GMQC, if you're able to hear me?
Yes, I am at the same location that I was earlier this morning, and we're kind of out of that lull that you had talked about. So, if you take a look behind me, we are out of the lull that Andrew had talked about a little bit earlier this morning. It started to rain again here in downtown Davenport. We're on 2nd Street currently, and you can see that the cars are not necessarily taking it the slowest, but some are trying to use a little bit of extra caution as they make their way to work this morning. One of the big risks this morning is hydroplaning. So with all the standing water that all of the rain overnight and rain that we're getting currently is a big risk for hydroplaning. So make sure to take that time and slow down. Another big risk for these types of storms are flash flooding. Just one street over is River Drive, a street that is commonly does flood during these types of storms. And we did see, we got the chance to go out a little bit earlier and did see some covered roads on River Drive. So as like I said, make sure you're taking the time and just checking the roads to make sure that you know where you can and can't go. But as the morning continues, I'm sure that, or as the storm continues, more water will continue to fill the roadways, so continue to keep an eye out. And so back to you, Andrew.
Another quick question for Marshawn real quick, if he can still hear us. So earlier this morning, this was about 6:33, the Scott County Emergency Manager had reported that, Marquette Street at River Drive was under a foot of water. Is that what you saw? Was it about a foot deep?
Yes, it was about, I would say probably around 6 inches to a foot. We did see some cars trying to drive through the area, but they didn't have the best luck. They ended up having to back up, go a different way. We actually saw one car run over a barrier trying to get to those streets, but he ended up popping his tire and ended up getting stuck. So he's still there, but there is about 6 inches of water there on River Drive from those barricades that you mentioned.
That is a hard lesson to learn. So it sounds like the road is barricaded. Do they have that portion of the road closed currently?
It looked like they had some Davenport Public Works cars or Davenport police cars trying to block off the areas, but no physical barriers except the one that we did see someone run over.
Okay, very good. So still want folks to obviously avoid that area. Don't learn a hard lesson like the person Marshawn was just speaking of. It's that old phrase, turn around, don't drown. If you see standing water on the roadway, it might be deeper than what it looks, and it's always best to avoid that. So Marshawn, I want to thank you for your great work this morning. Thank you for clarifying what was going on there in River Drive. Really appreciate it. And you stay safe. If there's anything else that we need to check in with, definitely let us know, and we'll get back to you ASAP. But stay safe out there and stay dry. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So that area that we were just talking about in Davenport, that's nothing new. It does flood almost every time we get a heavy rain. That's something that the city has been working on and we talk about a lot. But I want to go back to, before we went to Marshawn, back to the future track. And we can also include James in this too, because I'm kind of curious to see what the rapid refresh run is doing with storms as we go into this afternoon. That's something I really haven't had a ton of time to look at this morning, given everything that was going on. So what we're going to do is on the fly here, I'm going to transition from our model that updates once every 4 hours to our model that updates every hour, and take us into the afternoon and see if there are any changes with that. So I'm going to give it a second here to go ahead and load all of this data up. Again, sometimes it takes a minute to ingest all of this, and here we are. So we'll take this into the afternoon. Again, this is our hourly updated model. That updates every hour, so kind of gets a little bit better feel for some of the dynamics that might be coming into play as this storm system is developing. And yeah, it kind of has that same idea that it is going to be areas that are just west of Interstate 39 that are going to see that new development into this afternoon. Now that's our in-house model. We also have another model called the High Resolution Rapid Refresh model that we can use too. We'll load that up and give it a moment to get into our system. Again, really haven't had a chance to show this on air this morning with everything that we're going on. But there's our morning activity. So what happens as we go into this afternoon? Well, that one's not too excited about storm development either. And if something does go off, it's again agreeing in that same area just west of Interstate 39, where that severe threat will be very short-lived, very brief here this afternoon, all dependent on if we can get some sunshine to come through our region. So that's something we're going to really be watching. Also kind of curious too, I'm going to put up the visible satellite. So an actual look down from if we were in outer space. You know, the sun is just now coming up, so we're not going to have a ton to work with here. But let me stop this right there. And you can kind of see already, and James, you can kind of see this too, in west central Iowa, we're getting that little bit of a break in the cloud cover. I know it's kind of hard to see on your TV screen, but right here, we've already got some clearing taking place, and everything like that is moving due east.
Yeah, that's a nice little dry slot that's trying to develop, and that's in connection too with the warm front that's going to be coming in. So once we start seeing some of that sun, we start really mixing the air, and this is where those winds that we've been telling you about are really going to start picking up. There is a wind advisory out, and I believe, Andrew, from the I-80 corridor points southward, or even farther north of that?
Even farther north of that. They actually expanded it. Now it's for every county except Whiteside, Carroll, and Joe Davis County.
So that's what's going to kind of happen in connection with the sun that maybe we expect to see maybe right around the lunchtime hour or so. So that's why we're concerned about all that wind that's going to be taking place before that cold front comes on through. So it's going to be very interesting to see what transpires as we make our way through the afternoon hours. And, you know, when we've been kind of analyzing this with these two waves, the one that has been still giving us an uncertainty is really going to be this second wave that is eventually going to be coming in, mainly for the Illinois side. You can see here, that's a dry slot that we see. This is more the infrared satellite picture. But that gives us an idea of where that dry slot is, and that just may expand a wee bit more as the system continues to make its way generally from southwest to northeast. So that's what we're keeping an eye on, because once we see some of that sun, then it's going to start allowing that instability to grow, allowing a little bit more convective energy to build in ahead of that cold front that is located just off to the south and west. So that's our biggest concern going into later in the day. Otherwise, what we're dealing with right now are some very heavy showers and thunderstorms, getting reports of a lot of cloud to ground lightning. Now keep in mind, looking at the time right now, it's about 8 o'clock. Kids are getting their way into school right now, but when you see all that cloud to ground lightning, that could be a very scary situation. Keep in mind, we have nothing that can tell us where the lightning bolt will strike. We have no tools today that can tell us that. So it's always important to know that when you hear that thunder, you know that lightning is certainly nearby. And when you're dealing with a cloud to ground lightning impact, like we're dealing right now, because of how the storm system right now is so dynamically charged, you got to be a little concerned about that. Okay, so that's something we'll keep an eye on, given the fact that we're seeing some of the kids going into school right now, or even for yourselves going into work as well. So that's something we'll keep an eye on with this wave. But you can see most of that activity that we see as far as the lightning is concerned is right now in areas around Clinton and points north and east toward places around Carroll. Okay, so this is where we're seeing a lot of dynamics taking place, very likely even seeing maybe a little hail going on as well, and that's kind of moving its way off to the north and east. And then we're seeing a few pockets located right around Aledo and just south and west toward Aquaka. Maybe some pea-sized hail can't be ruled out there as well, and then even farther south from Lomax to just east of Fort Madison. So if we're getting any pea-sized hail from this line right here, it's very likely in these areas. And you see the hail probability that we're noticing just north of Monmouth. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit more of that pea-sized hail. But as far as the winds this morning from this line, we're not seeing much of that at all, okay? We're getting some breeze out there, some good wind coming down parts of the storm itself, but not aloft where the stronger winds are. So that is certainly a relief that we're seeing here with this line going through the area come this morning. So that is the latest that we're seeing right now. Keep in mind, we're getting a lot of reports of heavy rain. Just got a report out of the National Weather Service, and now we're getting around an inch of rain that is already falling in immediate Quad Cities, and all this still needs to make its way through here. So likely we're going to be seeing some amounts even reaching around 1.5 inches maybe even possibly 2 inches. And keep in mind some of the poor drainage areas that Andrew just mentioned over there on Marquette Street. We're very likely seeing some more of those in and around the Quad Cities and some of our hometowns as well. So be on guard for that. Take it slow. And if you're going to be out and about, especially with some of those poor drainage areas, given the rainfall that we've seen. Because here's the dark green, that forest green color, that's indicating about at least an inch of rain. And I think that color is going to expand even more, given more of that rain that is still coming in from the west. Andrew?
Yeah, this is a really, really good soaking rain that's been coming in, and something we could certainly use, that's for sure. You know, we still have some ongoing pre-drought conditions across portions of the region, and this is really, really going to help with that situation. We're about 2 minutes away from another check-in with GMA, so at that time we are going to take another brief pause. We will likely return as we get close to the top of the 8 o'clock hour for more continuing coverage. But to just give you another kind of synopsis of what's going on so far this morning, no watches, no warnings to talk about. We have not really seen anything other than some small hail with some of these storms, and of course the heavy rain, the flash flooding, and the lightning. Certainly there's been an impact, no doubt about that. I mean, it's been very, very impactful to the morning commute. We're talking about low visibility. I had a lot of ponding of water on the road on my drive-in this morning, had me going about 45 to 50 on Interstate 80 at times because that rain was so heavy. And I think this is honestly some of the heaviest rain we've seen so far this year. We've really got that Gulf of Mexico or America, whatever you want to call it, the Gulf moisture coming up from the south. So that's what's leading to all of this. And the key to this afternoon, again, is going to be, can we get any of that clearing to work in here with that low pressure as it heads off to the north and to the east. So we're going to check back in with GMA, take a quick break. We'll be back coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, and we'll continue our live extensive coverage here on the 8 Plus app. By the way, tell your friends too, if they have a smart TV, all the action's happening on the 8 Plus app when it comes to tracking storms across the Quad Cities. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back into our here on the 8 Plus app. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning. That should be it for the bigger pauses anyway. We're going to have another pause coming up a little bit later here in about 10 or 15 minutes. Take a little bit of a break. We're going to regroup, and then we'll have more updates as we go throughout the morning. But a great resource. I'm glad you're here with us. Meteorologist Andrew Stutzky alongside Chief Meteorologist James Zahara and weather anchor Peter Warner also in studio this morning as we're tracking in the line of storms moving through now and then the potential for more storms for parts of the region as we get into this morning. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you have a friend or family member that has a smart TV, tell them about this, the News 8 Plus app on your smart TV. Extended coverage. We don't have to worry about commercial breaks. We don't have to worry about GMA or network programming. We can just talk as much as we want here. And more importantly, we can track everything without a time limit, which is what we love. So let's give you a breakdown of what's going on right now. And we're going to bring everybody on board here too and talk about not only now, but also what's going to happen potentially this afternoon. So far this morning, a lot of heavy rainfall. We've got more than an inch logged in Davenport, probably close to that now in Moline, I would imagine, and also some good lightning that's been moving through too. Latest Doppler radar showing a nice healthy line of non-severe thunderstorms from Freeport, Illinois, all the way down through the Quad Cities, and now getting into areas just southwest of Geneseo. Burlington has also had some respectable rainfall this morning too. Can't wait to check out some of those amounts. Again, nothing severe. We have no watches. We have no warnings right now, but there is the potential for some good lightning, some heavy downpour, a lot of ponding of that water on the road, and also could be some isolated power outages due to that lightning. We certainly saw that in the Quad Cities, especially Coal Valley. We had more than 400 people in Coal Valley this morning without power, likely due to lightning that was coming through the region. So there's the radar now. You're seeing what's coming through. And now we're going to start focusing our attention not only on that, but what could potentially happen as we go into this afternoon. So I want to bring in Chief Meteorologist James Zahara. What a morning it has been. What a wake-up call.
It really was.
Oh my gosh.
Certainly my dogs woke me up on that one, 3 o'clock in the morning or so, when we did see a lot of cloud ground lightning, some very heavy rain, even maybe some brief pea-sized hail that was going on as well. And what's been really interesting here is ever since yesterday, our models have been very consistent in the timing of not just that way that we had around 3 a.m., but this line is making its way through as well. The only thing that we have not seen, thank goodness, are the strong winds coming down from aloft down to the surface itself to reduce any type of damage. So we have minus the severe wind gusts that are going on with this wave that continues to make its way from west to east. But no doubt we're getting some pretty good rain, getting a lot of reports of cloud to ground lightning. So the atmosphere is very electrified going on across the area. And you can see some of the rainfall that has been already falling across the area with that forest green color indicating about a good inch of rain that has been going on in areas around the river itself and points south and west. And we're likely going to see that forest green kind of expand a little bit more from west to east, especially with that batch of rain that continues to make its way from west to east. So no doubt we're maybe talking about the best rainfall we've seen so far this year, I would say. And that's going to make things very green out there. And before you know it, we're going to have to cut the grass 2 or 3 times the whole day, given what we're seeing here. But right now, as far as anything that's a concern, especially when we see the lightning is mainly off to our north and east, right around Carroll County from Lanark, and then points north and east into Stevenson. But that's now beginning to show signs of weakening a little bit. Still some very heavy rain going on. You can easily get a quick quarter or a half an inch of rain because this is Gulf moisture that we're dealing with here. And as Andrew just mentioned, we've already seen an inch and a quarter so far at the Davenport Municipal Airport, around an inch so far at the Quad City International Airport. And you can see farther south as you go, some very heavy rain now getting ready to cross over I-74 near Woodhall, just west of Cambridge. Little claps of thunder that's going to be going on there. So keep this in mind. There's some poor drainage areas out there, and when you're dealing with so much of this rain falling in a very short period of time, you're going to get some serious ponding. So have your eyes wide open And keep in mind that that could be a concern while traveling to work or even school early this morning. And then that rain makes its way off to our south and west, at least where the heaviest rains are. Seeing some claps of thunder could very likely, and keep in mind, anytime we see a little core of lightning taking place, that could also be an indication of maybe some hail that may be going on. And like we've been seeing ever since last night, just before the 10 o'clock show, we've been seeing some pea-sized hail. I wouldn't be surprised. South and west of Roseville, that we're noticing maybe some pea-sized hail, even possibly right near the Monmouth area as well. So keep that in mind as these storms, these individual storms are quickly moving from southwest to northeast, possibly around 50 miles an hour or so, but the whole line itself is moving slowly from west to east. So we're going to keep the chance of wet weather going for most of the morning before we see that potential break as we get to around the early afternoon hours, and that's where we could potentially see that convective energy start building in, combined with a front that may produce that second wave of some activity as well. And I understand that, Andrew, we got view out of Burlington, Iowa, I believe, right there, don't we?
Yeah, it looks like some good rain still moving through there as well. You've got radar to the left-hand side of your screen showing that moderate to briefly heavy rain. This one doesn't seem to have much lightning data, especially on the west half of Burlington. But you go east of Burlington into Roseville, Stronghurst, lots of lightning with that storm there. And as we just showed you on our hail tracker, there's some potential pea-sized hail there. But yeah, another batch of healthy rain moving into the immediate Burlington area as we speak. You've seen about 2 to 3 rounds of this so far this morning, and it won't be too much longer that we'll be talking about that break arriving. You can see there's not much happening to the west of you. We're starting to really decrease the wideness of this band, as you will, if it keeps moving off to the east. But yeah, definitely some good downpours there. It looks like the heaviest rain just off to your east, getting into Roseville, Monmouth, right along that Highway 67 corridor, just about ready to get hit with a really heavy band of rain. So that's going to reduce your visibility. And of course, we've got some good ponding of the water on the roadway too. But a welcome sight, this rain always is, especially for farmers this time of year.
Yeah, that wave that you see right there, Andrew, I think that may give a quick 0.2 of an inch at least, given what I'm seeing from the data and the observations that have been going on around the Burlington area. In fact, last check, they have already seen now over ½ inch of rain so far from that wave that continues to make its way from west to east. And this kind of shows the intensity of that rain as it makes its way eastward. So that's always a big concern. Once again, we're kind of dealing with some ponding that may be going on. If you've been watching us earlier on the 8+ app, we talked about around Marquette Street, they had about 6 inches of rain on the street there, and I'm not sure, I think it was temporarily closed for a little bit because of that, but around Marquette Street there are places where drainage areas are not the greatest shape, and that's why the water can quickly accumulate in a very short period of time. So yeah, that's kind of what we're dealing with some of this heavy rain, this blinding rain that is going on in some parts of the area, especially just south and west of the Roseville area.
And it sounds like we've got a Davenport live look queued up because we're also dealing with another round of some moderate to heavy rain. This is our location earlier throughout GMQC. We were at the parking garage here in downtown Davenport, tracking that heavy rain moving through. You can see, yeah, we've definitely got some puddles on the roadway there, so you got to watch out for those. And as James said earlier, Marquette Street and River Drive earlier was underwater. At times, the emergency manager of Scott County said there was a foot of water standing on the roadway. Again, not surprising. That floods almost any time we get heavy rain, but it's a good reminder of what you have to look out for and the impact that we have seen to the commute so far this morning with some of those streets that have been taking on water. Not to mention, you know, that this being our first real heavy rain of the season, you're probably looking out at your downspouts and either there's no water coming out or you've got a giant ball of leaves that has been washed out from your downspouts in your house. That's what mine looked like this morning.
I got one or two at home too. You're not alone.
Good reminder that, yeah, you probably got to check those downspouts here if they haven't been cleaned out already as this heavy rain is moving through.
So what we're going to also keep an eye on, too, is that second wave. And now, we'll be very honest with you in these situations, folks, because these past couple of days, we've been talking about these two waves. One this morning that we're seeing, and the models have been very consistent with that, as far as seeing the waves of storms that we have been noticing across the area. But the second wave is still, even to this morning, still uncertainty. And it all depends on how fast this event that we're seeing right now gets out of here. If we do see any sun, because if we do, then we start building up more of that convective energy. And then you have a cold front that will be coming through. It should be coming through the Quad Cities, I would say maybe right after lunchtime or so. And then it's going to interact with the elements that we just talked about that may spawn not only some more showers and thunderstorms, but some that may have some hail, some that have some strong winds, and can't rule out some isolated tornadoes as well. And that's why this has been fairly consistent going into the late afternoon and early evening hours for points east from Princeton down just west of Peoria. And I believe this has changed just a little bit, hasn't it, Andrew?
Yeah, this is the new 8 o'clock update from the Storm Prediction Center, trimming it even farther east than what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Kewaunee not in it anymore. Sterling Rock Falls isn't in it anymore, along with areas east of Galesburg. So they further kind of, contracted this a little bit further to the east. Kind of curious about the wind damage zone. And yeah, it looks like they pushed that further east as well.
So it's all about that timing with that front and kind of what we're seeing right now. So the important thing is, once we get through this line, most of our area should be looking pretty good going into the mid and late afternoon hours, okay? But that is not etched in stone. Just keep that in mind. But when you see that dotted area that you notice right here, that's indicating somewhere within this area, there's going to be a storm or two that may produce winds of 70 miles an hour or stronger, okay? And this could be straight line winds. It could be actually a spin up, okay? So that's what we're concerned about in areas east. So parts of Bureau County, parts of Stark County may be under the influence depending on where that next development takes place along that cold front. So we can show you this on our future track, and as we do, that's, let's see, this is about 11 a.m., and that's taking care of that line that makes its way off to the north and east. And then by the time we get to the afternoon hours, this is about 1 p.m., the cold front's going to be right along the river itself. And as we kind of push our way eastward even more, you can see by 3 p.m., you get an idea where that front could potentially be located and where the development may be taking place. And this is around 4 o'clock. As we get to about 5 o'clock, and you can see how everything kind of moves its way off to the east. So that's the line we're going to have to keep an eye on. Timing is going to be important. The level of instability is going to be important to see what kind of structure that we see as far as storms are concerned when it comes to this fast-moving cold front.
Yeah, lots we're going to have to keep an eye on as we go into this afternoon. So we want to encourage you to stick with us as we go throughout the rest of today, whether it's this morning or continuing coverage into the afternoon. We're definitely going to keep you up to date in terms of what's going on. Of course, if there's any changes, we'll let you know of those too. But again, heavy downpours looks like it's the main threat here this morning, along with a lot of lightning. When we get into the afternoon, it's areas that are right here just immediately west of Interstate 39 that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. It was very interesting to see that new update from the Storm Prediction Center, even trimming a lot more of the Quad Cities away from the level 2 out of 5 risk. You notice that's now at about the Mississippi River, and now that 3 out of 5 is almost completely out of our region, with the exception of being into Bureau County and Stark and also Putnam counties there. So those are the areas that we'll be watching as we go into this afternoon. The wind threat is the highest out of all the threats that we track. That is where that 3 out of 5 comes into place. The tornado threat only a 2 out of 5, and even that is isolated and very dependent on the amount of storm energy that we can build. The hail threat also at a 2 out of 5 as well. We're going to be taking another break here. We've got some GMA updates to do on our on-air signal. But again, we're going to be checking back in with you here on our 8 Plus app throughout the morning from time to time, keeping you up to date on what's going on with the storms coming through the region. And of course, if there are any changes coming in as we go into this afternoon. Given it's been so quiet this morning, I think we're going to go ahead and plan to do our regular Ask Andrew Live at 9 o'clock this morning. We'll do that as we usually do from 9 to 9:30. So still bring your questions. I don't have anything in particular other than the storm threat to talk about today. And we could revisit what we talked about on Monday too. But we'll go ahead and we'll take advantage of that 9 to 9:30 to go ahead and do a new episode of Ask Andrew Live. We'll talk about the storms today and anything else you guys want to discuss that's coming up at 9. So we're going to take a break for now. We'll likely return before we we hit the 9 o'clock hour with another quick update. Again, looks like quiet for the most part other than heavy downpours this morning in terms of the severe weather threat. A lot to monitor as we go into the afternoon, and we will continue to do just that because after all, we track storms. Exclamation point. I'm going to put an exclamation point at the end of that. So enjoy the rest of your morning. Again, keep it here on the A+ app. We'll continue more updates as we go throughout the day. All right, a good Wednesday morning, Quad Cities. Meteorologist Andrew Stutzky alongside.
I'm Peter Warner, weather anchor.
Yes, welcome back into our streaming coverage here on the 8 Plus app. As promised, we're going to do some occasional check-ins as we go throughout the morning because we do have a weather impact alert in place for today, not for widespread severe storms. I think there's a few people on social media and in the chat that were expecting that today. Again, you really got to pay attention to our wording here. The key word has been scattered. That's exactly right. This is not everybody experiencing widespread severe weather today. So just wanted to clarify that there. We do have a lot to talk about, and we're going to do that here for about the next 15 minutes, and then we'll transition to our usual time slot with Ask Andrew Live starting sharp at 9 o'clock. We also have a Good Morning America cut-in, one more to go, so there will be a brief pause in our coverage as we near 8:55 to 9 o'clock. So no worries about that. Brief pause. We'll send it back to a radar image, and then we'll be back for Ask Andrew Live at 9 o'clock. But what a morning it's been, Peter, so far. I mean, you've been hearing the rain pouring down, the thunder coming down. Thankfully, though, no severe weather.
Oh, no severe weather, which is honestly good news. That's what you want, right?
Right.
In these situations. So we didn't see any severe weather, but some real heavy downpours. I mean, we've already seen over half an inch in Burlington, I believe over an inch in Davenport.
Yes.
Eldridge reported an inch here today, just around the same here in the Quad Cities Airport. And we still have more, as you guys can see there, on the radar making its way down right now. So a good rain, and honestly, for this time of year, you really can't ask for anything better, especially if you're a farmer or looking for that green spring a little bit sooner. This is a great opportunity for it.
Exactly. Farmers are loving this right now. We're getting a nice soaking rain, as Peter said, multiple locations with more than an inch. I'll have that complete list coming up on GMQC at 11, by the way. When it comes to what's going on right now, the heaviest is on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River. Again, no severe weather. There's no watches, no warnings in place right now. There you see some of the heavier rain just getting out of Sterling Rock Falls, but there's a band of moderate rain sitting to your west. We'll go further to the south. We're almost done with the rain here in the Quad Cities, and that could get us in a little bit of trouble east of us as we go into this afternoon. More on that in a second. But there you see heavy rain continues near Knoxville, Galesburg this morning, right along Interstate 74. You've got another band of heavy rain getting into Burlington as well. We zoom this out. Yeah, there's not a lot going on to the southwest of that. We're getting a break. Where's the severe weather? It is downstate. You've actually got a severe thunderstorm warning south of Quincy there with a possible tag for tornado, and you actually have an actual tornado warning in downstate Missouri. Why is that happening there? Well, the actual warm front is situated kind of in that vicinity this morning, and that warm front is quickly going to be moving east and north as we go through this afternoon. So what we're going to see today is a rapid temperature climb heading into the afternoon. And then, Peter, we're going to be focusing our attention on this, which is some clearing that's taking place in Iowa, kind of in your neck of the woods for Des Moines there.
Yeah, we saw that clearing's happening a little bit earlier for them. So luckily for them, they aren't having as much of a potentially, stronger storm here maybe later in the afternoon. They also have a little bit more cloud cover making its way through right around that 11, 12, 1 o'clock range. Well, here in the Quad Cities, it's looking to maybe be a little bit different when it comes to our cloud cover. We're actually going to be getting that break right around that peak heating. And when you have that break around peak heating, that's going to allow that storm energy to really build up.
Exactly, and that is going to be the problem that could get us into a little bit of trouble as we go into this afternoon. So we'll touch on that in a second. Yeah, definitely watching some clearing here. It's hard to see on your screen, but right there in central Iowa, a little sun breaking out. That's what could lead to more severe storms this afternoon, but not everyone is going to see those.
No, scattered.
Yeah, scattered. So we'll touch on that coming up in just a second. But first, I want to kind of recap some of the stuff we've seen this morning that has been impactful, including this heavy rain. And we also had some street flooding going on in Davenport, too. We still have our own Marshawn Gunn out on the streets this morning, checking things out, seeing what's happened so far. Hey, good morning again, Marshawn. Take us through a little bit of a tour of some of the sights and sounds and everything else that you have seen so far with this heavy rain this morning.
Well, good morning, Andrew. So this morning started out, it was really a hard downpour here in downtown Davenport. But as the morning went on, we went into a little bit of a lull, but then again, another downpour. So like Andrew said, this is very scattered today around when you're going to get rain and when you're going to be dry. But because of those downpours that we did have here in downtown Davenport, we did have a lot of roads covered in water. I'm going to take a step out here, but if you look, we're looking at 2nd Street right now, which is still covered by some rain. But if you take one road over to River Drive, that's where we were seeing some covered streets. Earlier today, and I still believe that they are blocked off by Davenport Public Works and Davenport Police, trying to make sure that patrons don't make it that way on down River Drive because it is covered in water. So that's just something that you need to really pay attention to as you're on your morning commute, and not even on your morning commute now, as we go on into the rest of the day where more storms are likely.
Yeah, that's right, Marshawn. We're not quite done yet. I'm glad you brought up the flooding there situation on River Drive. That was near Marquette Street earlier in Davenport. Kind of a typical area that anytime we get a heavy rain, the water is going to kind of pile up there. And it's definitely an issue that a lot of us are aware of, especially if you go to social media, you know, the comment section, everybody knows about that area. What are some of you had mentioned, you know, earlier in our live report this morning that you actually saw somebody try to navigate their way through that flooded stretch of roadway, and they actually ended up getting a flat tire. Can you tell us a little bit about what you saw there?
Yeah, so one car had tried to make their way onto River Drive, but there was one barricade that was blocking that the Public Works had put up to try to decrease the amount of people trying to come through that way. One person wasn't paying attention. They drove straight into that sign and ended up popping their tire. So they were stuck there even longer than they had planned, just because they didn't pay attention to the barriers and pay attention to what was in front of them, which was a flooded street.
Yeah, so a great example of what not to do there, that is for sure. We want to thank Marshawn so much for being out on the streets and on the roads this morning, letting us know, because of course this was a very big impact to our morning commute, and having those eyes on the streets and the roads to tell us what's going on, so important. So Marshawn, you get a break, young man. Get dry, get out of the rain there for a little bit, and we appreciate all the information you've been feeding us here this morning. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Let's see what's going on again. I don't know what was the lighting that you mentioned. We're in the lights. We are on the lights. Yes, we didn't have a power bump or anything here. Something wrong with the template there. We'll take a look at that here a little later. But what's going on right now, again, what we're seeing, the lighter, heavier rain, the steadier, heavier rain on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River. So now let's do that dive into what's going to happen as we go into later this morning. We're gonna accomplish this in about 4 minutes. So it's rapid fire. So here we go. So there you see the warmth to the south of us, already in the 50s in Macomb. Kewanee at an impressive 58 degrees. The warm front is on its way. The winds will be increasing as we go through the day too. So those gusts to the west of us already approaching 40 miles an hour. And by this afternoon, we think we're going to see gusts close to 50 miles an hour in the Quad Cities. We have this wind advisory from noon until 7 for everyone, unless you're in the Sauk Valley and up to near Lanark and Galena. But here's what we're going to be watching as part of our weather impact alert getting into the afternoon. It goes until 6. It's for that hail, damaging wind, and isolated tornado risk, especially east of the Quad Cities. And Peter, this is an update that we saw at 8 o'clock from the Storm Prediction Center. We saw them downgrade a few more hometowns.
Yeah, it's shifting a little bit further and further to the east. They're kind of compressing almost that larger area they had at the start, shifting it to a little bit of a smaller area. And it's kind of along that I-39 corridor is what we're really keeping an eye on for maybe that level 3 out of 5 risk. Not only for the severe thunderstorms, but yeah, the damaging winds of 70+ mile per hour gusts. That's what we could be expecting not expecting, but could see them.
Yeah, and this is the highest risk out of all of them. The tornado, the hail, the wind is definitely the most elevated risk. If you go to the tornado zones, you notice that is slightly elevated, but it's only a 2 out of 5. And even that, I think, is kind of pushing it a little bit.
It is.
It all depends on if we get the sun out this afternoon. So if you go through Future Track, latest run here, showing that storm energy building again as we go into the afternoon. And then comes the cold front. And that's where you're seeing some of these scattered storms developing ahead of it right here. There's the front, storm energy ahead of it, nothing behind it. So depending on how much energy we can build up ahead of it will depend on where the severe weather threat materializes for this region here as you go west of Interstate 39. So that's something we're going to have to watch on a scattered basis as we go into the afternoon. This is not going to be widespread. It's going to be scattered, and not everyone is going to see this as we go into this afternoon. So that's why we're keeping you up to date with this live stream. Again, we're going to do periodic check-ins as we go throughout the morning. Still really putting that question mark on what happens this afternoon, but certainly there could be that another little escalation and a brief window of opportunity for some strong storms to form as we get to later in the afternoon. But Peter, by and large, I think we really dodged the wind threat this morning. We just couldn't get those storms to reach onto those real strong winds that we were tracking yesterday.
No, we didn't. They kind of rained a little bit more aloft. I mean, we saw how quick these storms were moving. 60-mile-per-hour storm that we saw track through today. Just know those winds kind of drop down to the surface, which is good. Again, a good old-fashioned thunderstorm with some heavy rain, which is not a bad thing.
Exactly. I won't complain because especially this came in during the morning commute. That could have been catastrophe for many of our plans this morning. So we're very thankful for that. We're going to continue to have coverage all morning long through at least noon, and then we'll pick up a little more coverage here into the early afternoon. We've got Ask Andrew Live coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll do that from 9 until however long we got some questions trickling in. And then we'll take another break, and then we'll do another update before we get into GMQC at 11. So we want to thank you for joining us here on the 8+ app. Again, quick break. We're going to be right back here for Ask Andrew Live coming up in about 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Like Craig Ignite always says, get those questions ready. Rapid fire Q&A session coming your way at 9 o'clock sharp. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Hey, good Wednesday morning, Quad Cities. The time is 9 o'clock right now. I am meteorologist Andrew Stutzky alongside.
I'm weather anchor Peter Warner.
Yeah, good to be back here on post-April Fool's Day, April 2nd. Anybody get fooled yesterday? We did.
We did.
Oh, big time.
Big time. By WOI, their chief meteorologist, Chris Duval. He posted a snow forecast through Thursday and said temperatures changed just enough. And we both were like, you wouldn't be joking, right? So we frantically, for like, what, a minute straight, were looking into models. Then I read the whole post and it said at the end, if you're still reading this, we got you. So both of us fell for that.
We both fell for it. And it wasn't just a little snow he put on that snowfall map.
Oh, he put 5 to 8 inches.
Yeah.
Like, carrying from central Iowa all the way here towards the Quad Cities. And I bit. We bit.
Yeah. So congratulations, Chris.
Congrats.
You got us at your sister station here in the Quad Cities. We were scrambling for a minute. No, there is no snow coming our way, but there is going to be some rain again.
Is another potential round making its way through this afternoon.
Yeah, and it's been a good dose of rain coming through this morning too. So we'll take it. Farmers are happy. You know, we're going to be planting in the next several weeks here. It won't be long.
It's getting close.
That's right. So a lot to talk about. We'll talk about what's going on now. Of course, the isolated to scattered severe storm threat for this afternoon. We'll get to that too. And any other weather related question you would like to ask today. If you've never done this before, welcome.
Welcome.
We do this every Wednesday as long as there's nothing too major going on in terms of severe weather. We had a nice break from severe weather this morning. In fact, there was none reported, which was good. So we'll go ahead and proceed as if it's a normal Wednesday around here.
Wednesday.
So how this works is if you have a weather-related question, again, keep it weather-related. Don't make it weird, as we always say. You can text that question to 309-304-0888, 309-304-0888.
It's easy to remember. It's 309, it's 304, and then it's 0888. And you know, we are Channel 8.
That's right.
Oh my gosh, let's even blow it up.
Yeah, and put it in red.
Yes.
So it gets your
Bang.
attention. Dang, there it is. So yeah, text that number. If you don't want to text us, you can also do it on the live stream on the social media app. But honestly, the texting is the better way to go. It sees more eyeballs when it gets texted in because our digital team is there waiting for the question with bated breath. And they can't wait to get it and get it to us here. So go ahead and text those questions in. Shall we start with what happened this morning or what is going on this morning?
Yeah, I mean, we saw some live radar. Maybe we can get into that.
Yeah, we'll pull that up. So if you haven't been joining us throughout our 8+ coverage all morning long, let's go ahead and get you back up to speed in terms of what's happening right now with the storms. Again, thankfully, we did not have any severe weather this morning. That could have very much been different had we gotten a little bit more storm energy and had a warm front got a little closer.
Yeah, and a little bit more downdraft too, because this wind was super strong in the higher levels of the atmosphere. I mean, this storm was moving 60 miles per hour here this morning. It was running across the central Iowa into the Quad Cities. And
it was moving.
It was moving quick, but luckily, yeah, we didn't see any of that. None of it reached down to the surface or little, gusts of that. So just some good old-fashioned thunderstorms, which is good news, as we said.
Yeah, get some nitrogen in the ground. Things are really going to green up here the next couple of days. And some of you may have to start mowing as early as next week. Just a heads up, if you haven't gotten that tractor or that lawnmower in for maintenance yet, might want to get that done before the big rush comes in here in the next few weeks. So here's the current state of affairs. Where's the strongest, heaviest rain right now? Well, it's right there south of Kewanee. It's in Stark County, south of Toulon. Got a nice little cell there, likely producing some heavy rain, some lightning. Some of these have also been putting down some of that pea-sized hail.
Yes.
We saw a couple pictures of that this morning from you folks at home. So hail is certainly possible with the stronger stuff. We've got moderate rain from Aquaka to Monmouth to Galesburg, right along I-74. We go to the north. We're just about done.
Almost done.
Here in the Quad Cities. Getting there.
Getting there, but is that good news?
But is that good news? In this case, it's not.
No.
Not specifically for the Quad Cities proper, but if you live east of the Quad Cities, you don't want to be done with this rain early because that means sunshine, and we'll talk about why that's important. So you do notice, out here in Iowa, especially central Iowa, we have some clearing going on. There's not anything going on in terms of rain or thunderstorms. That's important because as the cold front, which is currently just east of Kansas City now, moves up into this area where the sun is shining, and that continues to move east, that's going to mean trouble for areas east of the Quad Cities for a scattered severe storm threat as we get into the afternoon. We kind of been watching the visible satellite, which now that we're further into the morning, we're getting a little bit better vantage point in terms of how much clearing is going on and how robust the clearing is. Let me put this on an hour loop because, 3 hours is too long because we haven't had the sun that long.
No.
But if you put the hour loop on here, we're kind of trying to see the trajectory of this clearing. And you can see some north of Kansas City and kind of right in Des Moines.
Yeah, it's right into Des Moines, right along that I-35 corridor right now. That's where you're kind of seeing it in those southern counties, Polk County and down south. That's where you're seeing that clearing, kind of right there. And that's kind of where you're going to be building up that storm energy and take into account. It'll take about, 2-3 hours to make its way over here towards the Quad Cities, about the pace the systems, again, moving. The upper level atmospheric winds are moving. So take that into account when it's going to be here. 11, 12, 1.
Yeah, right around
What happens right around that time is the peak heating and peak energy reaching the surface.
Yeah, we'll see how much of that sun we can get. Now, we have a Des Moines camera loaded into our system. I'm going to try and pull that up. There's a live look from Des Moines, and I don't see much sun yet.
No.
So still a lot of clouds. It looks like they got some fog.
It's a little bit of that
going on,
fog
too.
making its way down, yeah.
Probably some really light winds over Des Moines right now as that area of low pressure is getting closer and closer. But that's what we're going to be watching, that little corridor of some drying coming in. That's what potentially gets us in trouble as we go into this afternoon. So we'll go back to the current state of affairs, look at temperatures. We have wind advisory in place today, too. There's a lot going on. So there you see temperatures. We have some 40s area wide, but some upper 50s are starting to sneak in from the south. Now, we will hit the 70s this afternoon, most likely, especially if we get that clearing in here. And even if we don't, it's this strong south wind, this southeast wind going into the area of low pressure that's going to send us there, too. Look at gusts to the west of us already approaching 40 miles an hour. All of us will see those gusts as we go into this afternoon, and some may get close to 50. If you're in that wind advisory from noon until 7, you're pretty much guaranteed the 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. If you're not to the northeast of the Quad Cities, it's more 40 to 45. But still, 45, 50, a difference of 5 miles an hour isn't a whole lot. It's still going to be impactful.
So impactful. Make sure you secure those loose objects. And again, if you're driving by high-profile vehicles here today, that's something to keep an eye on, too. Those 18-wheelers, they will be swinging.
Yeah, we want to give them some extra room.
Give them some extra room.
Don't be cozying up to them, not like you should anyway. But
No.
Today especially.
Don't try and speed past them if, there's those strong winds going by either. Just take it slow.
Just take it slow. Slow and easy.
Yes.
Exactly. So our weather impact alert, what has changed with that? We've extended the timeline now to about 6. Depending on how things look, we may be able to cut this out a little earlier. Again, we're going to be watching the radar as we go into this afternoon. This is going to be for the afternoon, and it's going to be for areas east of the Quad Cities for that hail, the damaging wind gust threat, and also an isolated tornado. So we just want you to stick with us as we go through the day. We're going to constantly be tweaking this forecast. We're literally changing this hour by hour as we get that new data in. So that's why the A Plus app is nice, because we're giving you that information live at several points and times during the day. Check this out. And this has been something to watch, a very rare 5 out of 5 extreme risk for severe weather. And this has actually been extended further southwest than what it looked like this morning. It includes Carbondale, Paducah, all the way down through Memphis. Our sister station ABC 24, they're bracing for some very strong to severe storms heading into this afternoon and evening. That is going to be a big headliner here for the evening newscast. Likely going to see a lot of damage there. Now, thankfully for us, we're not expecting that. We're going to see less in the way and the intensity of those storms. And we noticed this shift as of the 8 o'clock outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, which is what we're showing you here. We've shifted the 3 out of 5 zone even further to the east. Earlier, it was about right here.
Yeah.
And now we've taken that, we've moved it about 25 to 50 miles further to the east. Why did we do that, or why did the Storm Prediction Center do that? Well, that's where we're likely going to have the best ingredients for severe storm formation later this afternoon.
Yeah, that's where that kind of storm energy mixing with the timing of the cold front plus that dew point, that's kind of where you're getting that best, all those ingredients kind of meeting up together in that kind of potential scenario. I guess that's where you have the highest potential with it.
Exactly. Everything coming together just perfectly to produce that potential. So you also notice that 70-mile-an-hour wind zone has shifted east too. So this afternoon, we're really concerned about with areas that are near Princeton, Bureau County, Stark County, just east of Galesburg, east of Geneseo, east of Sterling Rock Falls. Those are the areas that are likely going to see the stronger storm activity, especially when it comes to wind. Nothing has really changed when it comes to the tornado threat. It does remain isolated. I don't believe it's going to be anything on the Iowa side of the river. I believe this is going to be all Illinois side. Let's go to Future Track, except I'm going to change one thing, and we can do that because we're here on the fly. I'm going to change this to our hourly updated.
Refresh.
Might as well get the hourly data instead of the 4, because we'll get another update to our 4-hour model coming up actually any minute from now. We get closer to the 10 o'clock hour. Sometimes it's earlier. But let's do the rapid update, and we'll kind of take you through this in steps here. So this is as of right now, and yeah, I'd say that looks pretty darn accurate, maybe about an hour behind. But again, this is updating hourly. So we'll take this through the rest of the morning. There's our break. And you know what? I'm kind of curious.
Let's see, add the cloud cover with this.
Yep, we're going to take off. Actually, no, let's leave that on. I'll just put clouds over top of it. Let's put that back on. So let's put clouds up there. We'll leave storm energy on. So there's, that break that you would need ahead of the cold front coming in to get the new storms to fire this afternoon.
Oh.
So that's what you're seeing.
Yeah, and this rapid refresh is showing a little bit more scattered potential here towards the Quad Cities, potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that looks more just like a shower, but even before we weren't really seeing that.
Yep, exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see, do we see that maybe ramp up a little bit more now that the sun is going to be coming out? And you see what we mean about this being right on the edge. Look at where the new storms are taking off. It's south of Princeton, and that's late this afternoon into the early evening. Now, the Storm Prediction Center may be putting that 3 out of 5 for this activity here around 2, because what we're probably going to see is we're going to see impacts of what we call a trough come in first, and then the cold front. The trough can sometimes be a mechanism for a little bit more stronger forcing than the cold front, depending on the wind field. So that's why you're seeing these severe storms east of Interstate 39 first. And then this more scattered activity, like you were talking about, Peter, there coming in this evening. But one thing's for sure, by 6 o'clock, this is it.
That's it.
It's over.
We're done.
Yeah, there's nothing further expected. So again, it's the quality of what we're seeing right in here, this clearing and this sunshine, that will dictate how strong do severe storms get this afternoon. And even if we do see the clearing, it still appears the worst of it is going to be east of the Quad Cities.
Yes, that's definitely something to keep an eye on. And pardon me, my goodness.
We're all losing our voices.
We're all losing our voices. We've been talking a lot here today. And you notice that one little cell kind of had that kidney bean shaped.
Yes.
That made its way to the furthest east portions of the area. That's, again, where we have that elevated risk for those more potential supercell type formations to form today.
Exactly. We started seeing that first yesterday.
Yes.
Around this
We saw
time.
that live on air. We actually were breaking down, well, not on air, but on the app here, we were breaking down that system potential moving through.
As that model was coming in. So yeah, definitely that was the case. Let's see what's going on in terms of the hourly threat tracker, and we'll show you that here. There you see it. And yeah, this morning hasn't been too exciting. We didn't have any warnings. We saw some small hail. I'm glad it wasn't any more exciting than it potentially could have been. Getting into the afternoon, though, again, low confidence on what could come in here between 2, 4, 6 o'clock east of the Quad Cities, all dependent on that amount of sunshine that we see. The good news is once we get out of today, this pattern is going to quiet down. There's going to be this front that comes through today is going to stall well to the south of us, and it will keep the severe weather threat there through the weekend. I don't think we're going to have to worry about storms here again until we get potentially to later next week. But we've got a quieter stretch of weather outside of some showers coming in Friday into Saturday. The rest of the period looks quiet. A little chilly there on Monday. 40s again.
Oh,
A little chilly there.
darn.
But we will warm back up
We'll warm back up.
eventually.
There's a nice little trend potential as we get towards the back end of that forecast into the 14-day.
It's looking real nice.
Real nice temperatures. So,
We'll give
throw
it
it
to
on
you.
there. Yes.
You ask and you shall receive. There it is.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean, like nice trend. Oh, that looks.
Yeah.
That's the ideal spring
Doesn't that look much
temperature you
nicer?
want right there. And look at those partly cloudy skies.
So much nicer.
Perfect.
We're going to really enjoy that. Now, yeah, there could be a shower storm in there at some point. No clear signal yet, but we're going to watch that potential. Plenty of time for it to change.
Just a trend.
Yes,
But
just a
it's a
trend.
nice trend. I'm excited
It's
about.
a very nice trend. So before we get to your questions real quick, let's go over what we talked about on Monday. And that was somebody asking, what are the chances we see snow this month?
Ooh.
Yes, because there's an old wives' tale that if we have a green Christmas, it usually means you're going to have a green April with no snow. Isn't that something? I heard about that first last year.
Really?
Yeah, never heard of it before. And then somebody alerted me to it. So there's two different ways we can look at this.
Okay.
So we dug into the data. Here's what we got. Let's start with this first. Not looking at Christmas at all, just an average April here in the Quad Cities. So 84% of past April years and months here in the Quad Cities have had some kind of snow. And that means at least a trace. But look at this, 2020, we had 7 inches of snow in April.
What?
2018, we had 3 inches of snow. So only 16% of past Aprils in the snow have had none. Or April snows have had no snow. April months have had no snow. So that's not a good statistic. That tells you more than likely we're going to see some
trace, yes.
kind of snow. But what about that wives' tale of the no Christmas snow means no April snow? So I went back and looked at all of that. Since 1893, we've had 63 years with no snow on Christmas, this past one included. We had no snow on the ground. Also since 1893, 13 of those years have had above average snowfall the following April. The average snow in April is 4 inches. But look at the piece of pie in terms of who hasn't had above average snowfall. You've got only 21% of these years have had above average snowfall. 80% nearly have had not above average snowfall. So it's likely, yes, that we're not going to see a big April snow and perhaps none at all based on what happened this previous Christmas.
Interesting.
So it's true.
It's true.
It's true for the most part. Isn't that something?
It's so neat.
I had no idea about it until somebody told me. So kudos to whoever told me. Who was it?
This is why we ask Andrew.
Exactly, because we can go back and do that. And now my data skills are rubbing off on him because you're digging into the data all the time too.
I love it. I'm a data nerd.
He's becoming a mini data nerd me over there. So Ann from Galesburg is who sent that in. Thanks, Ann. We appreciate it.
Oh, wonderful question.
Yes.
Wonderful question. And we got some decent questions here already too.
All right.
Yeah, I want to.
We'll get to it.
Those out. I mean, we've built some up over the morning too. Let's see. So I'm trying to read through these as we get through. We had some reports here from this morning. But yeah, the 5 out of 5 for severe weather in Tennessee, someone mentioned, and that is crazy.
It is. It's rare. Again, you don't see that often.
Like maybe once a year about, give or take?
If that, yeah.
If that? Yeah, very rare. So that's something to keep an eye on down there. Why is Thursday a weather impact day? It is not. What I'm guessing has happened on the stream, right? And we don't have a weather impact day Thursday.
No weather impact alert for Thursday.
What I'm guessing is on the stream, the time zone shift for the data text. So that red box got shifted over to Thursday. So that's meant to be on today, but you have the PM 8-day graphic, not the 8-day.
I can actually double check
so
while we're here.
We can show you that one.
Yep.
But that's the reason why you saw the red box on Thursday is just the data text switched. So there's no weather impact alert tomorrow. What about Rock Falls? So we'll answer that once.
You know why? It's on the PM.
That's what I was saying. It's on the PM.
That's why.
8-day.
You know what? We're gonna fix that right now.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. We're gonna fix it right now, because we have 2 different versions of our 8-day, and I won't get into the details as why, because it's all technical.
It's all technical.
But it's something we have to do.
Yes.
But yeah, let me refresh that on the stream right now, and then we'll be okay. Pardon me for a minute. I'm just going to go over here and literally click something to refresh it. Give me a second. Continue on, Peter.
Yeah, so Michelle was our next question. She's wondering about how about Rock Falls later today. And I'll slide in here and we can start.
Go right ahead,
these questions. I just got a lot shorter, didn't I? Yeah. I have a little box back here to make me the same height as Andrew. But let's look at your storm zones for this afternoon. Again, it's shifted a little bit here further. Once it pops up, it's shifted a little bit further here to the east. So when you're in Sterling and Whiteside County, Sterling, Rock Falls area, you're actually at that level 2 out of 5 threat now. We'll let Andrew slide back in here. But you're at that level 2 out of 5 threat now. Before yesterday, you were right around that level 3 threat. When it comes to wind, that's kind of the biggest potential threat for anyone here this afternoon with these systems. You're also now at a level 2 out of 5 threat. That level 3 threat has shifted further to the east where you're seeing that hatched area. And again, these are going to be scattered storms even in that hatched area that we're seeing in the viewing area. That's something to keep in mind. So when it comes to Sterling, maybe, yeah, you could be seeing some showers, maybe a quick little pop-up thunderstorm or two.
Yeah.
But that threat is further to the east now along the I-39 kind of corridor into Bureau County, the eastern portions of Bureau County near Princeton, Peru here today.
And even depending, you know, we mentioned this a couple of days ago, you know, if the southern extent of those storms robs a lot of the energy, that also robs our energy too.
Yes.
And we may see nothing at all. So it's just something we're preparing you for. We just want you to be on guard. Again, it's rapidly changing.
Rapidly changing. It's all going to depend on how much storm energy we build up and when that break in the clouds, if it happens, does.
Exactly. Exactly. Stream is fixed now.
Stream is fixed. There we go.
Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, that was very helpful. And Michelle had another question. Since we had such a mild winter without a lot of snow, do you think we're going to have a real rainy spring and summer?
That's a great question. Certainly the pattern we're in right now is very supportive of an active spring. We've already seen that, not just with severe weather, but we've also caught up on rain quickly.
Yes.
Very quickly.
I think everyone after this should be potentially, we'll get the new update tomorrow, but might be in the all clear.
Yeah, we've been able to show this, and I'll poke around here for a second. We'll bring it up real quickly. You can see how the majority of the Quad Cities is now out of drought completely. There's this little narrow corridor, kind of a weird shape, isn't it? That it goes to Quad Cities into the south where there's pre-drought conditions. Yeah. But the only areas that are in drought are down near Macomb, and then as you go north of Clinton and Maquoketa. Those are the only areas in drought technically right now. So we're standing really good here. And I have a feeling after today's rain, this will shrink even more.
Yeah, I have a good feeling. Yeah, I think most, I don't see the exact levels, but I think we could be seeing a lot more of that dry than the moderate in our even hometowns to the north. Because I know Dubuque is almost near an inch already. I looked at their data as well.
Yeah, they're catching up as we speak.
Yeah.
Literally.
Literally.
So this is really good news. We'll hope it continues. Of course, if the drought intensifies to the west of us later this spring and to the early summer, that's never a good sign. That's also indicative that it could spread farther east. But right now, we just don't see that sign. Just don't see it.
The good news is to our southwest, it's looking good there, which is where we get the moisture a little bit better, not all the way down in Texas, but you know, in the Kansas City, Wichita area, it's a little bit better.
Yes.
Which is where we pull the moisture for our storms when they make their way here. So that's a good news when it comes, you know, looking to western Missouri, western central Missouri, getting a little bit of a break there, even into portions of Oklahoma. That's where we get our moisture for a lot of our storms. So that is good news that there's in a little bit less of a drought if you want rainfall here.
Super helpful to have that scenario. Super, super helpful. Great question.
Great question. Brian in Davenport was wondering, when do you expect the first derecho or tornado coming to the Quad Cities?
Oh, man, that is hard to predict.
Can't predict it.
Very hard to predict. I can show you the derecho climatology if you want to know how frequently they come through here. We could pull that up really quickly because that's kind of surprising, depending on how you look at it.
It's true.
So if you look at the derecho frequency of how often we have these, and forgive the old graphics because we haven't used this yet with the new graphics layout yet, but one every year in the Quad Cities, generally speaking. One derecho every year here in the Quad Cities. Our peak derecho month is usually in June and July. June especially, climatologically speaking, usually is when the derechos occur the most often. So we're not there quite yet. Hasn't happened yet. If you look at the frequency, there's some of the past derechos we've had. We had one in 2024 last year. We had one in 2023. In fact, the first ever December derecho we had back in 2021. Do you remember that? You probably don't remember that, but we do.
I remember 2024. That was my first day here in the Quad Cities. I was driving from Des Moines as a derecho was following me for my first day when I was moving here to the Quad Cities.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It has been something else. So we are bound to have one. In fact, last year was the year we had two derechos in the same year. So we are going to have one, most likely, given past history. When does it arrive exactly? I can't tell you that this far in advance. And don't forget that we don't classify derechos until after the fact.
After the event.
So when is it most likely to happen based on past history? It's in June.
June.
Yeah. We'll see.
We'll see. Can't forecast that. Tornadoes, though, when do you think we'll get our first tornado?
Oh, it'll happen this month. It's always in April.
It always is.
You know, we got lucky last month. It was pretty quiet. for the most part, but now we're in April, we're getting into May and June, we start seeing that ramp up. So you're likely going to see the first tornado touchdown in the Quad Cities, most likely sometime this month, if not next month.
Yes.
When exactly? I couldn't tell you this far ahead of time.
No.
If I could, I wouldn't be standing here right now.
That's true. Maybe we'll see the future.
Yeah, I'd be collecting my Nobel Prize and retiring to my private island.
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yes. Oh, goodness.
Viewer Moline asks, what signs should we be looking for in the next few hours to help determine if we get another wave of storms this afternoon?
I love that question. So this is especially true east of the Quad Cities. If you live east of the Quad Cities, this is what you need to be looking for as we go throughout the day. If we can get sun out by 11, and that sun can stay out for a few hours, you step outside, it's warm, it's sticky.
Yes.
You're going to feel that humidity today. If you feel that, you need to remain on guard for the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you're going to be watching for, and that's what we're going to be watching for too.
Yes, we're keeping an eye on sunshine, storm energy, and moisture levels, the dew points.
If you keep all of that in mind, you essentially become your own human barometer.
That's pretty much it.
And you can assess your own severe storm risk.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Exactly.
I like that. Deb from Knoxville was wondering, east wind yesterday broke one of my beautiful white pines in half. Oh, this is just a story.
Goodness.
A healthy tree, no storms, so tired of wind. We're almost at the peak.
I know, we are. We're almost there.
A couple days off, I think, right, from the peak of the windiest, highest average, right?
That's right.
And it starts to go down, so there's good news.
We're getting there.
Maybe another 2-3 weeks, and it'll start to, I think, get really a lot better, noticeably better. I would hope once we get into a nice spring pattern.
Please.
I know, we need it.
Yeah, we're all sick of the wind. We're sick of it.
Oh, Billy just wanted to report he got almost an inch in Clinton. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you, Billy. We'll add that to our rainfall map that I'll have for you coming up at the 11.
Yeah, 0.92 inches. That's a good soaking.
That's awesome. I'm going to, you know what? I need to write that down.
Yeah, do you want me to screenshot it?
I got to get this list. Yeah, you might have to screenshot it too. I got to get this list started. So this is Clinton, Iowa, 0.92.
Yes.
Thank you, Billy. I'll add that to our
Billy,
rainfall map.
as always.
Yes, I'm going to be putting that together. So if you're curious what the rain has done so far this morning, come back for GMQC at 11. I'll have that tally for you.
Oh, that'll be interesting to see.
Going to be a lot over an inch. I know that. A lot.
Yeah, there's a large portion I was tracking this morning by 7 a.m. They already had over an inch in central Iowa.
I believe it. A lot of moisture out there.
A lot of moisture.
We all caught up?
One more.
One more?
What can we expect for Peru? That's
Peru, yes.
where it's getting a little bit more interesting.
Yep, LaSalle, Peru is further into that 3.
So yeah, Dave, this is where you have that a little bit more elevated risk. So
we'll pop it up here.
There we go.
Got to zoom back in. I got to take that out of there.
It's always cool to see though the 5.
There it is. Yeah, LaSalle, Peru, really, really deeply embedded into the 3. Honestly, yeah, LaSalle, Peru. If something was going to brew today, you've got the best chance of that, I think, honestly. You know, looking at the model runs and everything else, you're in a prime spot where you could get a pretty decent storm there later this afternoon. I mean, there's 5. But before then, notice again, you have a couple of these isolated cells. These are the ones that I'd be most worried about with a tornado threat, would be these early ones. And you do have one southwest of you, at least on our rapid refresh model here at 2 o'clock. So you're right in that zone, you're right in that corridor where, yeah, I would be watching the sky and the radar very carefully as we approach 2 o'clock.
Yeah, definitely
And beyond.
something to keep an eye on.
That's right, yeah.
Keep an eye on, again, your human barometer.
You are a human barometer,
Sticky,
yes.
sunny, warm.
Yes.
Keep an eye.
Keep an eye to the sky.
Yes.
Remain on guard. All right. I think we're all caught up.
All caught up. Tracy just wanted to say that April showers bring May flowers.
That's
Good
right.
morning, and that is correct.
That is
So
correct.
excited.
It's one of my favorite sayings in weather.
It's not beautiful.
I love it. I love
Beautiful.
it. Well, we want to thank you guys for being here for this episode of Ask Andrew. We are going to send it back to our live stream coverage with Doppler radar and a couple of other graphics. We're going to check back in again this morning before GMQC at 11. So continuing coverage right here on the 8+ app. Don't forget to tell a friend. Do you have a smart TV?
I do.
I do too.
What don't you can do? I have a Roku, so
Yeah.
I think Roku,
Amazon
has
Fire,
and Apple.
and Apple TV.
You can download on your TV and watch
Exactly.
for free.
Commercial free.
It's the best.
We love it. Absolutely. All right. We'll see you in a little bit here on the E+ app. Also see you at 11. Have a great day, Quad Cities.
Continue with us and watch free now on the 8+ app everywhere you stream.